Hello, everybody. Welcome to the INCA Technical and Operations Conference. Great to see all of you here, and I think more will be joining as we go through the day. We're delighted to be here again virtually this time, but even as the country eases its way out of lockdown, we hope very much to be able to see everybody actually face to face. We're certainly planning on that for the INCA annual conference in November. So it'll be great to see you again. Our events program this year has all been about the subject of scaling up. So a huge amount of investment has been funneled into the altnet industry, and this shows absolutely no signs of letting up. Today, we're going to hear some of the latest figures on the state of the industry from our partners Point Topic, who will give us a sneak peek of the annual INCA survey. It's not due out for a little while, but we do have some of the results coming in. So a quick review of that. And really scaling up the UK's capability to design and build and operate the infrastructure is critical. In this conference, we'll be discussing the importance of the right tools for network design and operations. We're going to be looking at the latest developments in processes and how best practice can reduce time and costs. We'll also be discussing how existing infrastructure can play a part right at the start of the design process, and how switching and wholesale play their parts too, with a discussion with one of the larger service providers, TalkTalk, later on this afternoon. This longer than usual event will also provide plenty of opportunity for networking, so you can meet and discuss with your peers, with suppliers, with customers, and of course with sponsors. And then before we start, I'd like to just extend a massive thank you to all of the sponsors of the event. It's not possible to run these events without those sponsors, and we'll be hearing from many of them throughout the course of the day. But in the meantime, a huge thank you goes to Hellman Titan, CommScope, DigPro, Acom, Genexus, NetAdmin, and Packetfront Software. Thank you to all of those companies. I'd now like to welcome onto the screen Oliver Johnson from Point Topic to take us through a sneak peek of the latest findings from the State of the Sector report. Oliver, on screen.
Hi, yes, thanks Rob, and thanks very much for the intro. And I'll launch straight into the little sneak peek. So hopefully my screen share will be seamless. Let's do that. And if somebody could shout in my ear if you're seeing a nice big presentation. But yes, so my name is Oliver Johnson. I'm from Point Topic, and for those who don't know us, we're a broadband analyst house. We've been around 20 plus years, and we focus across global tariff and subscriber number collation. In Europe, we work at a more granular level, and then in the UK, we do postcode data sets. But one of the things that we do on a regular basis is a survey for INCA, and talking to their membership every year. And this year, as we said, we're due to publish actually next month, but there are some initial findings that might be interesting. Just to give you an oversight of how we do it. So along with INCA and lots of help from Jill, we get the survey sent out to all the members. And actually the members are pretty responsive, although this year even more responsive than normal. So it's good to see so much activity and so much interest in the market, but I think also driven, obviously from the growth in some of the membership over the last few months as well. So lots of energy in the sector. This is a time series as well. It helps us with some of the longitudinal analysis, and we'll talk a little bit more about that next month. But obviously, we do have to keep up with the times a little bit. Some of the real concerns around skills and training, some of the wholesale questions that would be really nice to get a better handle on, and also seeing what happens after Brexit. All useful data points, not necessarily in the time series. But yes, there will be more to come, so check back in this space next month. But you can see the growth of the independent sector. And this is premises passed in the orange, along with the actual subscriber numbers. And this is, been accelerating fairly steadily, but much more rapidly than last year. And in fact, the data we've been getting from the operators indicates that this is really going to start ramping up properly. Once we've double checked our sums and just talked to a couple more people, making sure they haven't transposed a number or two, because there's some big numbers in there. But we'll have some more to talk about next time. But this actually looks, the start of an exponential growth curve. Exponential is a loaded word, but basically what we mean is we're seeing mass deployment from the sector. This is starting to qualify as a real, not alternative, not the small guys. It's the independents and the challengers and some of the players who are going to help cover the UK. Now this is a rather gnomic map, I understand, but it does indicate again. And if you look in the report, and indeed in the time series we've had before, you can see visually the growth of the different footprints. And obviously, some suppliers would prefer us not to reveal exactly where they are, but this is part of the aggregation process. We put it all together. Obviously, if you're in the industry, you're gonna recognise some of these places already. But yes, and again, this is a real demonstration of the impact that some of the funding has had that's been coming in. And in fact, this is the big bit that's missing from this presentation, and this is because we really want to get these numbers right, is the projected capex and opex numbers that have been provided. We've got some time series, we've got some history. We've asked this question before, but we really are seeing very, very significant growth in the amount of money that is being pledged and is actually already being pumped in by the independent sector and contributing towards the growth that you see demonstrated in the map before you. So again, I have to say, come back next month. But again, these are numbers that we're determined to verify and make sure that the credibility absolutely ironclad, because it's an exciting and game-changing kind of set of figures, actually. So we'll be interested to see how that impacts the market. But the actual sneak peek, so to speak, is about the sector challenges. And again, year on year, and we will produce a time series of this again. We ask all the INCA membership what they're particularly exercised by and to what extent. And here you can see some of the top concerns expressed. Obviously, wayleaves is always in there, as is planning and delay costs, and much more germane at the moment because people are actually going through the real pain across multiple territories as well, which of course adds to it. But perhaps of real concern is the Openreach influence. To what extent are they going to be overbuilding people? What does Ofcom Area 3 mean for everyone? What does it mean in terms of what Openreach can do and how that impacts the sector? And also those that are using PIA. And again, here are Openreach in charge of the purse strings in that respect. Although it's not the biggest concern, and you can see the light blue says it's a challenge rather than a very significant challenge. But the proposed increase in there obviously is a concern. It messes with people's business models. But yeah, so we'll, like I said, we'll produce a bit more of a time series on that. But I don't think there's any major shocks. What we will do, though, is talk a bit more detail next time, particularly about access to skills and labour post-Brexit, and as well as some of the other more qualitative as opposed to quantitative questions that we talked about. So we're going through the analysis on that. Yes, as I said, the funding commitment's growing, and we are going to make sure we get our sums right and not double counting anything before we do the big reveal. But that will be interesting. And then just to give you some context, leave you with a sort of state of play as at the last screen grab I did, which I think was a couple of days ago from Think Broadband. But this gives us a great track and an independent track. So I would remind you, this actually lags the real story by a few weeks. But you can see the growth of superfast is significantly slower, although it's still making its way through some of the UK. Ultrafast, obviously up. But the full fibre increase is down to this new market and the new excitement about being able to compete on an infrastructure level and the new investment. So we're expecting that to start to go up significantly faster. And this is all just in the last 7-8 months. So there's plenty more to come. But with that, I'll get off the stage and hand you back to Rob. Rob, you're on mute.
There we go. Interesting. Thanks very much, Oliver. Yeah, definitely keen to see the final report when it comes out. I think it's clearly going to show growth in the industry. It's actually a very nice segue into our next speaker. So thanks, Oliver, for your presentation there.
Thanks.
I'm now delighted to welcome the Executive Chairman of BDUK, Paul Norris, who will give us an update from BDUK, and this will be followed by an audience Q&A. So please prepare questions. I think you can use the Q&A function to submit them. James and myself will kind of moderate that. But Paul, huge welcome to you. Thank you for joining, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Is my mic on, Rob?
That's all working fine, Paul.
All working, and just trying to hit screen share.
Hopefully, but
There.
Perfect. Thank you.
Rob, thank you very much for inviting me up on the stage, and it was a wonderful intro also in terms of Oliver's teaser. So the competition theme, DCMS policy, as everybody I think on the call knows, is to promote competition wherever possible, and I think Oliver gave us enough of a tease to know that the investment numbers are big numbers. Even without the double counting, and we also know that all of you as INCA members are driving that competition, and you're absolutely vital to us at BDUK in our programs, which rely on the participation of many of you over the years and into the future. So I'm really pleased to be here. Thank you for your interest in BDUK, and what I'm going to do quickly, because I want to leave maximum time for Q&As. So I'll lay out quickly some recent management changes at BDUK, bit of background on that, and then give you an overview of Project Gigabit, as we call it, across DCMS, and then dig in a bit to the procurement strategy, and set the scene for any questions or comments you might have. So first of all, recent management changes. I joined as chair in December. I took over from Raj Kalia. I think Raj is on the call as well today, as senior responsible owner, as we call it in Whitehall, for all of BDUK's programs. So that change was the 1st of April. And then the other change, which you may know of, is Andrew Field, who joined as Gigabit Program Director in February. He took over from Justin, who I imagine is also on the call today. And Andrew, many of you will know because he was Program Director for Superfast all the way from 2011 through 2017. So very short background before I dive in on me. I've been a civil servant for 7 years. My home department, as we call it, was UK government investments, and I spent that time working on infrastructure investment and all aspects of what Treasury call patient capital, which is certainly what telecom capital is. And then I spent the first 20 plus years of my career specializing in telecoms, helping to finance more than 50 billion of investment in mobile, fixed, altnets, cable, satellite networks. and in fact, I can see a few old competitors, I think, on screen. So Michael and Paul, and it's great to be reunited. And I'm really delighted to be back in the sector because it is a new fibre era, and it's just a brilliant time to be in telecoms, and as exciting and as sustainable as I've ever seen it, and very different, I think, to that period of late 90s, early noughties. BD UK is otherwise unchanged. So most of you, I think, on the call will know Matt Agar, Director of Strategy, and Laura Batazagola, who's Director of Commercial. Okay, so much for BD UK. What is the latest on our programs? So quick overview, I'll land a few points I hope will be of interest, really to stimulate you for the questions. So at the highest level on this slide, Project Gigabit pulls together, captures everything in the policy world, from regulation, including the barrier busting initiatives as they're termed, all the way through to customer take-up. And you'll be familiar with our targets. So a minimum 85% gigabit capable coverage by 2025 and 100% by 2030. And if we can do more than the 85%, we will. If industry proposals capacity is there, we absolutely will endeavour to do the maximum that we can by the 2025 date. And the expectation, again, you'll know this, is that 80% is commercial build and at least 5% is coverage through public subsidy. So then at BD UK level, we've got 4 strands, 4 products, if you will, and you'll be familiar, I think, again with these. So first of all, Project Gigabit Procurement, what previously was called Outside In. It's the bulk of our 5 billion of funding. And the strategy document, which was published on the 19th of March, laid out the procurement strategy, and I'll touch on it a bit later. So then second product is hubs, and this is up to 110 million over the coming 3 years. So that's the initial sum, and it's to connect rural schools, surgeries, libraries, other public buildings. And it supersedes a previous program that some of you will be familiar with called the RGC. And then third, vouchers, very popular with INCA members, and we understand why, very effective. It's up to 210 million that's been signed off at this stage for the first 3 years, and that's available to rural businesses and households with current speeds of less than 100 megs. And of course, in areas unlikely to receive commercial gigabit rollout. And then finally, the fourth product here is Superfast, the extension of the old program. It's now largely gigabit capable. It is active in the very hardest to reach areas, effectively the final 5%. And it should cover about half of the UK's remaining sub-30s. So it's very important to us. And in the final quarter of 2020, the team very successfully approved almost £500 million in new contract spend for about 170,000 premises. So going back to, and I will show you some maps because like Oliver, we enjoy maps. But going back to the at least 85% target, I think most of you on this call also understand very well the challenge that we face at BD UK, which is that we're the residual. And we have to identify which premises are commercial and which will need the subsidy. And there is a grey analytical zone, so premises which may or may not be commercial. And of course, there's no magic about the 80%. It's a best estimate on current information, but that may also change as the market develops. And as policymakers, we need to avoid what the economists call dead weight. So those are subsidies for premises that would be built otherwise commercially. And in practice, we can only get this right with your help. So one of the calls for action in our March strategy document and today is for your data responses to open market reviews. So it's only through those data responses that we can capture the market and we hope minimize the overbuild issues. So then we, coming to locations, laid out this procurement strategy in March. We're going to publish quarterly because the market clearly will be very dynamic. But we set out the strategy and the initial lot design for England and also for the devolved nations. And we've identified the regional phasing. So here on this page, phase 1A, initial learning areas. So we do need to go through a learning process to scale our own BDUK processes. And these areas are already under open market review for data purposes. And then phase 1B, which we'll come back and confirm in June, expected to include these lots on the slide here. And then finally, I'll use the arrow button, phase 2, and then subsequently some later phases. And I think it's worth just a moment to try to explain our prioritization approach. So first of all, we are clear that the ordering and the timing will need to be responsive to a dynamic market. So this won't be set in stone. Again, we'll update you, the market, quarterly. But these are the criteria for prioritization. And it's important because, not surprisingly, most rural areas want to be at the front of the line. So we set out 5 factors on the right-hand side of the slide here. The first being the proportion of hard-to-reach premises and sub-30s. The second, the timing that maximizes competition for contracts and also recognizing potential capacity constraints in the supply chain. And then third, timing that minimizes the impact on commercial build and also other BDUK interventions. So there's some complexities about the interaction between vouchers and procurements over time. And also where Superfast is active, we need to let Superfast complete first. And then fourth, we need to ensure that we're building across the UK for obvious fairness reasons. And fifth, we need to assess where we have sufficient data and supplier partner resources, your resources, to deliver a successful outcome. So the maps in the document in March were for England. We also laid out the current state of play in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. Superfast is particularly active in those devolves. And the BDUK team is in very close contact, developing the strategy with those governments. And we'd hope to come back to that with further information for you in June. So finally, and I'll come back to the competition theme really for the event. So it's brilliant to see a thriving 80+ supplier marketplace in the UK. And the relevant contract types, I think for most of you in the room here, are our local and regional supplier contracts. We've made it very clear that we're open to specific local proposals from suppliers. We need those specific local proposals. And the local contracts will cover between 1,000 and 8,000 premises. They're used to target at a very local level and where we can harness specialists to bring better overall pace, coverage, value to our programme. And in phase A, we expect there to be a handful of contracts, and then the detailed market reviews we hope will draw out more opportunities for local contracts to be struck within and around the regional lots that we've laid out. So then regional contracts will cover between 70,000 and 150,000 uncommercial premises. And there are the 38 regional supply areas across the UK with shared borders. So we need to ensure that we don't leave any premises behind. And then finally, on this slide, cross-regional, those contracts will provide an alternative route to securing coverage if the regional contracts don't deliver the effective competition, which we very much hope they will. So to close, and I won't go over hubs and vouchers, but happy to come back to those in questions. To close, really to reflect, it's the most exciting period for altnets that I've seen in 35 years. Capital is plentiful in general terms at current low government bond yields. And we need you to be able to fundraise successfully in the hundreds of millions, but also in the billions. And I know from experience that fundraising is never easy, even at the best of times. I also know from experience that investors need confidence in a level playing field. So again, thanks for having me on the podium. Really look forward to any questions or comments.
That's great. Thanks very much, Paul. And thanks for your update there. We've got a couple of questions coming in, and James will zoom in now to moderate these questions. I'll kick off with one from an ex-colleague of yours, Justin Lees. So Justin asks, with the new state subsidy regime, are there any developments on introducing new hub types? For example, village halls, post offices, village shops, pub as a hub concept?
Well, Justin, I clearly know where you've been over the last couple of days. So it's the work from the pub garden concept. But the short answer is no, no developments extending hubs. And politically, the priority, not surprisingly, is schools and surgeries.
Thanks, Paul. James, you're on.
Sorry, I have to remember to take off mute, don't I, before we go anywhere. Okay, we've got a few questions coming in. Right, so one from Tim Stranick. It's good to hear that DCMS is focused on encouraging competition. Ofcom's market review seems to indicate that they think OpenReach is the only option in Area 3. Is there a difference of opinion? And I think this is at the heart of quite a lot of discussions that we've been having with our members about the very different attitudes that DCMS and Ofcom seem to have. So any thoughts on how that's going to progress?
I don't want to comment for Ofcom for obvious reasons. No, look, I think Ofcom published their review, I think on the 17th of March. It's just before we published our strategy, and it's the culmination of 3 years' work, and it sets out a framework, and it's never finished business when it comes to regulation. So so from a BDUK perspective, clearly level playing field is really critical for our intervention area. Call it the 20%, the final 20%. The interaction between Ofcom's regulation and our programs is very, very important to us. Now there's a next phase of regulation which I think we are entering, which is about that level playing field, and I think we're in listening mode, James. So you've landed some important points with me when we first met a month or so ago, and we're listening and we're collating, and we need to work closely with our partners in the policy team at DCMS and also at Ofcom.
Yeah, to be honest, I have a mass trespass idea in for this. Basically, if you go out and do the ITTs on a wide enough scale, and our members are successful and sort of bid for those, then Ofcom will just have to keep up. So let's not worry about that one too much. Rob, what have you got?
Thanks. Okay, we now have a question from David Huff of TalkTalk, who asks, what measures are you going to put in place, if any, to drive wholesale availability? Now, this is a subject that's fairly close to many people's hearts.
Well, David, so wholesale availability, and from the perspective of our contracts, there's the obligation to offer wholesale. And you'll know more about the detail than I will, probably after 4 months now at BDUK. In terms of a bigger picture, policymakers are very keen that there should be retail competition in the market as well as wholesale competition. There's complexity about that. We understand that. So what measures are we going to put in place? We're aware that there may be issues in this area. We're in listening mode. And to the extent that it's right for BDUK or for policy colleagues to play a part, and again, we understand that we may have a part to play.
I think there's an important point to that one, in that obviously our members find it difficult. We can put in place mechanisms to allow open access wholesale, but it's one of those, you can take a horse to water sort of thing. You can't force the CPs to actually take up the offer, and so we need to make sure that perhaps when the ITTs are judged, they're judged on the actions that we take to enable it, rather than necessarily just counting the CPs that are present, because, let's be honest, that will always favour OpenReach, so we need to be a little bit sort of careful about that. In terms of listening mode, then, there's a couple of questions here in terms of data. So I've been hearing questions this morning from some of our members about the OMR and public review process and how we can get that data out to our members and allow them to be able to participate. We get some huge files associated with the UPRNs for OMR data, and getting access to data, again, for processing that and developing strategies and developing the responses to you. Is there anything that's being done to kind of review that, monitor that, and see how those responses are coming in? That's a very tough question, because it's a load of detail, isn't it?
Oh, it's an important question. Well, look, Raj, and I think Raj is on the call. I won't ask him to come in, but he's going to be very focused on this for the next several months, whilst we still enjoy his company at BDUK. So we need to become a data platform. We need to establish the right mechanisms for sharing. That's critical for scaling at our end and for business planning at yours. So again, hear what you say, James. I don't have a detailed answer for you today about exactly what the sharing mechanism will be.
I suppose that the issue again behind that is we're all learning. DCMS is learning. We're all learning how to respond to these OMR, PR issues that are obviously very important to allow you to determine how the procurements are going to work, and working out how we can respond most effectively to those. I see there's another question in. How can, what's the mechanism for DCMS obtaining local proposals? So where, when we see these OMR processes, we say, well, okay, this is where we've built to now. This is where we think we can go to. I think there's a lot of sort of uncertainty as to how that data can be fed back. I guess for the moment we all just need to feedback such as we can, and we'll find a way of improving that. Maybe that's the only thing we can say.
And James, the initial LMRs, it's half a dozen or so, and it is about learning for us, and then automating. So
as you can
this is
imagine,
about
for some of
open
our
feedback from you, your members, to us, and there is a response line in the March strategy document. So for those who don't know, Matt Agar or the strategy team, it's a hotline that gets straight through to them. Just on your point about who to come to for specific proposals.
Okay, because obviously,
and again, most suppliers, I think, will already have a dialogue with us.
And where our members are in that sort of first phase firing line, then obviously they're feeling a bit sensitive about the fact that they're first out of the blocks. So yeah, any kind of help that either you can give or we can do to help, then let us know and we'll see what we can do. Rob, sorry, back to you.
No, I was just going to quickly come back in the last few minutes we've got of the Q&A, just to come back to the wholesale point. As you're probably aware, Paul, we had a conversation about this a couple of weeks back with the INCA team, and INCA is working on a common wholesale platform for industry, and in fact various industry members are working on discrete platforms themselves. So it is something that INCA is aware of and working towards. I think it's, as James said, time needs to be taken to get that right, and to make sure that the CPs are aware and are willing to use such a platform and under what restrictions or guidance, etc. So it is something that's quite high up the agenda with INCA. So we'll hear more about that this afternoon, actually, if you manage to stay around, or we can certainly update you afterwards.
Well, look, we'd love that to turn into a commercial opportunity for somebody. It's the Amazon Web Services of wholesale ISP. We also we understand, you know, it is complex. Which perhaps is why it could be an exciting business proposition for somebody, because it probably only happens once in the market.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. Have we covered those other questions, James? I think you sort of covered multiple questions.
I think we have. Are we running out of time on Q&A?
1 minute, 2 minutes left.
I've got one question that's slightly cheating because it's from me, but it might be something that we can think about. Paul, you said that if we can do more than 85%, we will. It's sort of an interesting sort of open question there, because you know the £5 billion has been sort of pared back to 1.2 that's currently available. Is that if we can do more within that £1.2 million, or if we can find that there is capacity to procure more, engage more, deliver more, is there more funding that can be available? And do you have a process? Do you know how we're going to do that?
James, it's the latter. We do have a process agreed with Treasury. The 1.2 was the amount that was judged to be realistic based on supply capacity, the conversations that we'd had at the time of the spending review last autumn with suppliers. So look, we will learn a lot more, I think, in the coming year. Ofcom's review is out. Many suppliers are revising, rethinking their commercial build aspirations. There's a lot of fundraising going on in the sector, which is great. Its capacity is still the tricky one. So there are trade-offs for us. And there are policy questions we'd have to think about. So would we want to displace, for example, commercial build for subsidized build? In practice, we really need it to be deliverable, incremental, and then at the right price point at which we can go back to Treasury and ask for more.
I mean, the reason I ask and ask sort of now is that obviously this is the theme for INCA for the next year in the scaling up agenda. We see the government funding as being a very, very helpful enabler for significant private sector funding coming in and accessing those rural areas. So if there's anything that we can do to help our members scale up to get a bigger share of that private sector funding and public sector funding, that's what we're aiming to do. So if we can have that, yes, there's a process in place to put more than 1.2 billion, then we'll see what we can do to give you the capacity to deliver that.
Oh, James, that's brilliant. And perhaps just to end it, signalling is important. So this is the PM cares about this deeply. It's on his top 10 list of priorities. He meets regularly to discuss this agenda. So there is real commitment. So it's that signal is there to investors to step up and write the big checks for you and your members.
Excellent.
Perfect. That's great, and a good note to stop that session on. So, Paul, thank you for your time in joining us and going through your slides and answering the question. Much appreciated. Thanks, Paul.
Thanks so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a session coming up now all about fiber network design before we move to a break just after 12. So we've got a few speakers coming up. The next session really is about hearing from experts on the subject of designing networks, from the software systems that can support it and help to developments in overhead infrastructure, how the wayleave process can be automated, etc. After the break, we'll hear a bit about wireless, and then we'll have a bit of a panel session with all of those speakers coming up. So again, as you hear the presentations, do come up with some questions that you'd like answered. So first up is actually a pre-recorded video from CommScope, Graham Bolton and Jeff Buddington. Lucy, if you could help tee that up, please. I'd like to say welcome to Jeff and Graham, but that's even more of a virtual welcome because they're on video, and I'm hoping that we'll get that coming up on screen shortly. There we go. Look at that. I'll go off. Thank you. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much to the CommScope team, Graham, and to Jeff for an informative presentation. Next up, we've got Joel Pirard from DigPro, all the way over from Sweden. Joel is going to talk to us about creating digital twin of the network environment, an important factor here. So, Joel, if you're there, can you join us and give us your presentation, please? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for having me. I think the screen now. So thank you for having me for this webinar or session with INCA. I'm really happy about this. So what am I going to talk about? My talk today for 10 minutes, a very short one, will be focused on creating a digital twin and the value of that. Let's see if we can change the slides here. So who am I? My name is Joel Pirard. I work with sales in DigPro. I'm focused on telecom market. I have experience from working on the Swedish market with the metro networks for 7 years in the OSS BSS world, and now the last 8 years I've been focusing on the passive networks, working with DigPro. And what I found out the last years is that a digital twin is a key to create a good operation of your network. And today I will try to talk to you about the experience that we have on this market. But first, let me just introduce the company, what we do and what we can provide. So we are a company. We've been an instrumental part of the Swedish fiber network market for over 20 years. On the Swedish market, we have a development of 95% of the availability to connect to 1 gigabit network per household. So we have really good infrastructure in place in Sweden, and we've been working with this for a very long time. We have met operators who require and demand broad functionality in the software, and of course, very high quality. We've seen with different operators with different approaches, and we've seen 2 different varieties that we would like to show you and talk about the pros and cons in those concepts. So what are the differences we have been seeing here in talking to all these operators is that we have seen different efficiency. We have seen that they can provide different levels of service to their customers. The profits of the networks, and of course, the value of the networks varies. And we as a company, we have 120 employees working with this kind of software. And we have over 70 fiber operators, customers working with this system. And actually, we work with very, very small networks up to large-scale networks with a national-wide network as well. And our focus is to provide a system with a very good and detailed network model. And actually, that is also the digital twin that we can provide with our system, DPCOM, that we also supply. And what we try to do, and I will talk more about this for a while, is to create processes surrounding this network model, the digital twin of your network, and make the work efficient towards this model that you have of your network. So let's jump into some approaches that we have been looking at. So if we look at planning and design and approach one, this is a very common situation that we meet both on the Swedish market, but also in Europe overall. You have one system, you have an in-house GIS, you maybe have some Excel sheets and a lot of data where you keep track on what your network is and how it works. You have planners that works on the outside. They have their systems and they have different systems. They might have an in-house GIS, a QGIS solution, Google Maps, or a CAD, where they work and do their own designs of the networks, and then they provide you with data. You give them data and they provide you with data. Then you need to create your own process of managing all that different data that comes into your organization as an operator. And this is a process risk. Data standard issues, data quality issues, productivity issues, conversion issues, and reduced quality of the network model, because there is so much information coming in, and usually there is one person who gets all that information. That person interprets all this data in different ways. And actually, it's also dependent on what kind of mood they're in the quality that also comes out of this kind of way of doing this. If you look at this as in another approach, you have the planners, but what the difference in this case is that the operator, they provide the software themselves. They have a digital twin in the middle, and they have the user interfaces towards the planners where they are supposed to deliver the network model in the different stages. So when you work with a draft design, you have a very rough design of your network on a maybe trench level. Then when you go into details, you manage to squeeze them into your system, and they start building up the digital twin of your network model, keeping track of all the pipes, all the sub-pipes, all the cables, all the fiber threads, how the fiber threads are connected, all the dwells, all the manholes, all those stuff. You need to keep track of those. It might not be so important for you as an operator in the beginning, because when you have a fresh new fiber network, it works, and it will work for quite a long time. But what we have seen in Sweden, working with this for 10 to 15 years, there is a problem on the horizon 10 years ahead. You need to keep track on the details, because when the things happens in the network, the plastic and the glass gets old, the ground is moving, things happens. And then you need to know exactly where you have all the stuff. It's not enough just knowing where you have things. You need to know where they are, how they are connected, and how all the components of your network are connected somehow. Benefits of this: you get high productivity, you get consistency of, and of course, high quality of your network model. When it comes to building, and you have this digital twin in the middle, and you have an operator on one side, and you have the different builders who build the network for you. One approach, the very common approach, is that you use paper, PDF, phone, and mails. This is a good way of communicating. It's the way we've always done it. And it works. You get a result and you get the connectivity. And the builders on the field, they mail you, they use Dropbox, they use phones and call you, and they even use paper as well. I've seen it for real. There's a lot of process risk in this, and it's of course it's a quality of work that you can feel assured that the builders are doing what they're supposed to do, and that you can pay the invoices that come in from the field when they do their work. Productivity, to get the right information at the right time, is really important, but when you use paper and PDF phones, you leave a lot of room for mistakes. And of course, quality of the network model. Again, the people out on the field, seeing the situation, interpreting the things that happens there, they send a mail or give a phone into the office to give the status of what they have built. That creates a risk of getting a lower quality of your network model. So looking at the second approach, using a field application. If you have a digital twin that is good enough, that has all the components, keeping track of the splices on a fiber thread level, keeping track of all the ducts, all that stuff, all the details, then you can actually use a mobile tool to actually get the builders out in the field to give you the feedback in real time. Then the operator building the network can have an instant update on if the fiber thread is spliced together with the next one. And you keep track of all the things that happens, and you get high quality of the work. You get the people, you get the feedback of the network that is built directly from the customers or the field personnel working with the network. And of course, you get higher productivity and you get higher quality of your network model, and you can keep track of your costs. So the system approach. Well, if you have the QGIS Excel CAD experience, well, of course. It depends on individuals. You get a lot of freedom as a user of the system because you can draw basically everything. You get a low productivity because you need to do many things very manually, create all the documentations that is needed, like splice diagrams and so forth. You tend to have a lot of cost on development on your own platforms, and they always reach a point, like 2,000 customers, 10,000 customers, where they just give up. This is not scalable anymore. Pros, it's cheap, it's a quick startup, and the skills are available because it's a broad knowledge about these different QGIS platforms. The approach 2 is integrated systems. It requires a lot of training, of course, and it costs some, but you get to focus on the business, you get the transparency in the organization, you get to use best practice processes overall, and you work together towards the same data at all times, the digital twin. So I'm reaching the end of my presentation, and what I really want you to think about leaving this presentation is to think about the network model, what value it can create for you working in detail with it, and how you can, if you look at the processes working towards it, how can I refine the network model over time, from planning, design, build, all to operation, and in the end, when you destroy your network, actually, keeping track of all the details. So there are a lot of benefits for many stakeholders. I try to be quick, but network operators, they get efficient in their operation, can generate higher level SLA with high margins. It's good for your business. And you can meet the legal requirements. An example from Sweden is that the government that regulates the telecom business right now, they are putting more and more pressure on building a strong, keeping track of all the data, or making the network owners keeping track of the network components and being able to keep track on where they have sensitive nodes and so forth. And then you need a system and you need the details to be able to provide that kind of reports towards the government. The network planners, I've already talked about that. They get the productivity because they refine your network. You don't have so many handover processes, and you get high quality in your system. Network builders, yeah, I talked about that. Reporting is very good. It's good for you to be able to pay them in the end and feel rest assured that I'm paying the right amount because they have delivered what they said. Giving you photographs from the field, etc. And the most important thing of all, as a network owner, owning a network, taking care of the network, if you don't keep track of the details of your network, then the value of your network also decreases. So if you have a very good digital twin of your network, a network model, then you also have a high high value in your network, because then you can show it to potential buyer if that is something you want to do, or maybe get a loan. So that was my message. Please, people, have a very good digital twin, then you will be able to manage your operation overall. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rob.
Perfect. Thank you, Joel. Very interesting presentation. And thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we're going to move on from the underground fiber to and the digital twin side of things over to overhead and optical overhead infrastructure. Delighted to welcome Christophe Canepa from ACOM to talk about the overhead side of things. So Christophe, if you're there.
Yes, here I am. Okay, so thank you for giving me the floor. I have prepared a presentation that I will share with you right now. Okay, so I have no slides regarding introducing myself, so I will do it in a few words because I don't have so much time. So I am a diploma engineer from Polytech Paris. I have more than 30 years of experience in optical networks, optical fibers, optical cables, optical infrastructures. I am an expert in ARCEP, French Regulation Authority for FTTH rollouts, and I'm also very deeply involved in standardization body. I mean IEC, CNLEC, AFNOR, and in professional associations. So I am a technical expert with a large experience in optical fiber, optical cable, and optical infrastructure. So I will mainly focus on technical topics, of course. So also the topic today is what if overhead optical fiber network could replicate the life of copper? So I will first of all have a few minutes just to remind you who we are. ACOM is an industrial group specialized in high-tech cables. We are about 90 years old. We are based in Normandy, so very close to UK, and we now have a dedicated team for the UK market. Our turnover is about €500 million, and which is made of, let's say, 50% telecom infrastructure components, optical fibers, optical cables. We also make high-tech wires for automotive and building, etc. So let's say we are mainly an industrial group specialized in high-tech optical cables. So a very big industrial site, which is about more than 400,000 square meters in Mortain. If you don't know Mortain, well, let's say it's in France and it's in Normandy. It's a very nice place. To move further, we are quite, let's say, different than other company because we are worker cooperative company. That means we are co-contractors employees, each of us. It means one person, one vote, and there is a share ownership and fair distribution of profits, whatever is your position in the company. That means that we are financially independent, but we are all deeply committed in the way the company is managed. And we want to be reliable and stable because we defend our works. We understand that, our employment. And we are looking, and we have always been looking for long-term partnerships. And I will just give you further details after. But it's in our DNA to think long-term and to think reliability. So just to finish with the key figures regarding ACOM, we have the second largest European optical cable manufacturing. So we draw fibers, we've got 4 towers, and our optical cable fiber plant has a capacity of about 10 million kilometers fiber a year. I go quickly on the, yes. So I finish with the presentation of the ACOM group, just for you to be aware of what is our experience regarding telecom rollouts, telecom infrastructure rollout. We have been working on the copper network rollout for 50 years, mainly with, let's say, France Telecom, which is now Orange. And just to give you a key data, the copper downtime is about 2 hours average time per line over the last 50 years. That's very good data. And we think, and I will show you, that the new fiber network can be and shall be at least as reliable as copper cable have been. So what is our experience regarding fiber now? We've got 20 years experience on working on fatigue parameters and aging of fibers and cables. And we have had our first PhD regarding these topics in 1999. So 20 years experience regarding optical cable and optical fiber aging. And now in France, we've got more than 10 years experience, as you see on the screen, with the FTTH rollout. As you know, in France, there is more than 25 million homes passed, which has been already done. We also have the FTTH rollout experience in Portugal, in Spain, and in Ireland. Just a small data that I want to share with you. The last quarter of 2020, in France, nearly 2 million homes passed have been done. So it really works. What I can say is that whatever the storms and the climatic events have been over the last 10 years, we have had no service interruption in France, in Ireland, etc. So we are absolutely sure, and we absolutely validate our model of lifetime. So let's go now deeper in technical details. Let's speak about reliability of optical fibers and optical cables. So I say it starts with the right fiber. Why? There are two kinds of reliability. There is a mechanical reliability. I mean, whether the optical fiber will break or not. This is mechanical reliability. And there is optical reliability. That means whether during time your optical budget will stay the same or not, whether the transmission will not deteriorate during time. So depending of the fiber you choose and the way you use it, I will try to like that. Okay. Depending of the fiber you use and where you are regarding the macro bending, here you can see the micro bending, which is from 0 to up to 30 millimeters and higher. So depending on the fiber you choose, you will be either in a blue area, which is a quite comfortable area on the mechanical point of view. That means that the fiber is very comfortable. You have micro bending which are above 30 millimeter. If you are under 40 millimeters, unfortunately, you will lose optical reliability. So that makes you understand that the blue area is a mechanical reliability area. I mean, fiber will not break as in the red area that we'll speak after. But if you choose a D652 series fiber, you will be subject to micro bending loss. And unfortunately, we always speak about macro bending, but we always forget to speak about micro bending sensitivity. Micro bending is a key issue due to compression to mechanical strains on cables and infrastructures. And just to give you an idea, when there is a compression of a cable on a fiber, which is about 1 dB of attenuation on a G657 fiber, it's about 2 to 3 to 10 times more in a G652. So that means if you are in this blue area, if you don't choose a G657 series fibers, you will be in the right place to be mechanically comfortable and reliable. But unfortunately, you will be sensitive to microbending. And for FTTH networks, we are densifying the cables. The issues are quite particular on the mechanical point of view. The compression often happens, and then we have to use bending and sensitive fiber to protect our optical reliability. So if we go then in the green area, we are in an optical and mechanical reliability area. Why? Because, of course, as you understand, I keep away from the red zone. What is the red zone? The red zone is the mechanical lack of reliability. That means if you are about 2 millimeters of bending radius, your lifetime is about 10 days. If you are about 3 millimeters of bending radius, your lifetime is about 100 days. You've got to reach 4, 5, 6 millimeters of bending radius to have a lifetime which is about 25 years. So never go in this area. If not, you will break at very short term. That's why we say, if you want to be optically reliable, please use G657 fibers to be micro bending and sensitive. And so when sensitive to compression, to all what can happen on the network, onshore, etc. And another point is that if you go, too close to this place, and if you use a G657 B3 fiber, you become so insensitive that maybe you will not detect very small bending radius. So that means you could have a bending radius of 4 millimeters. You will not detect it during commissioning or during the use of your network. But anyway, it will break before 1 year. So it begins by the right fiber, because micro bending and micro and macro bendings are the killer factor of reliability. So when you did that, when you have chosen the right fiber, let's speak about overhead infrastructure. What happens? You've got 2 poles, a cable, you've got a sag, a span length, and weight. That gives you the permanent topological tensile force, which will be applied, as it said, permanently. On another way, when you've got wind or ice or snow, you've got a total weight, which is increased, and wind effect. It gives you the total tensile force, which is temporary, which is getting out of your screen. You see, I put an arrow on the screen. It gets out of our screen. And so you've got to take care of one thing. This chart is very important. If you've got a cable of 100 fiber, let's say, deployed on 10 kilometers, if the fiber elongation is under 0.1%, your failure rate over 25 years is 0. If your fiber elongation is between 0.1 to 0.3% on 25 years, let's say, maybe one fiber will break, but we think no. And we have demonstrated that no. All these data, you can find them in the IEC 62048 technical reports. We have also PhD we have worked on this topic, etc. It is a power law theory. I won't enter into details. If you enter in the red zone, that means your fiber elongation is between 0.3% to 0.5 or 0.6. Then you see that in 25 years, if you are constantly under this permanent elongation, 72 fibers will certainly break. So when you are in permanent topological tensile force, because it's the way it is, you've got to stay in the red area. And when there is wind or ice or etc., you've got to stay in the blue area. You can go in the red area, but only during installation or during very short-term problems, let's say, due to climatic events or due to installation. So what is the last KPI? Because the first KPI was fiber elongation. I think you have understood it. It's to say now that I choose a cable and that I choose the right fiber, I've got to monitor fiber elongation. How will I do? I use mathematics, and I use this kind of abacus with the 3 domains that I showed just at the previous slide. If my fiber elongation is under 0.1 or 0.3 or 0.6, I will be either fully reliable or short-term. I can survive to short-term defaults or climatic events or whatever. So, for example, if you've got a span, you've got a sag of 1%. It has been calculated this way: sag of 1%. You've got a dedicated cable with a particular weight and size, because the wind would have different effect depending on the diameter of the cable, of course. The smaller the cable, the better it is, for sure. So you say I've got a span of 80 meters, up to, let's say, 80 kilometers of wind speed. I can stay in this area, sorry, for a very long time. my fiber will not age. If I go higher than 80 kilometers per hour, then the fiber can begin to age. But anyway, during the 25 or 30 next years, I will not have any break. But if I have a span of 100 meter and a wind of 160 kilometers, so forget it, it's certainly not the right cable. So just to conclude, there are two KPI elements, which are modeling the wind effect and have a small cable and a lightweight cable. And also always keep in mind fiber elongation and choose the right fiber. Then we will be able to speak about mechanical and optical reliability for the next decades. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Christophe. Running a little bit over time now, but thank you for that very detailed presentation. Just before we go to the networking break, we now welcome Terry Daniel from Trenches Law to talk about the Wayleave process, and then we'll have a short break afterwards. Terry, if you're there.
Hello.
Hi, Terry. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob, and good afternoon, everybody. So let me just. So yeah, I want to talk to you today about what we are doing to accelerate the acquisition of wayleaves by use of automation. So just before I go into some detail, I just want to give you a quick overview of who we are. So we're Trenches Law. We were established in 2017 with Sharon McDermott, who you can see here. We have over 20 years each of telecoms experience. So Sharon was head of legal within Virgin Media for a significant portion of that time, and also ran the Wayleave team. I was on the other end of the Wayleave process. I was actually at Virgin Media in the sales community, and had particularly issues with delivery of cell site connectivity due to Wayleave issues. So we are a ever increasing team. Not only do we do Wayleaves, Wayleaves take account for about 75% of the work that we do, but we also do co-power applications, civils and supply contracts. We've got a team of property lawyers, so we do pop leases, and also deal with the odd unfortunate trespass claim. And we work across the industry. We work with a number of the altnets. I'm sure a large proportion of our customers are here today. So we start with some of the startups, right up the scale to the big players, Openreach and Virgin Media. So just to give you a bit of info, I'm sure a number of you are familiar with the Wayleave process, but in terms of the structure of how we get a Wayleave, so we start at the front end, and the operators share the data in terms of their requirements in terms of MDUs and land, private roads, etc. We then take that data and we interrogate a number of systems and have a number of processes by which we determine what Wayleaves are required. We then produce the relevant documentation in terms of the Wayleave documents, intended works, overviews of the operators, the intentions, the timescales, and then we also work out if there's any compensation required. We then agree timescales with our customers, and typically we work to most of our communication is letter based historically, and that's a factor of the land registry. Very few email addresses stored in the land registry data, unfortunately. So we agree 2 weekly intervals with interfacing via post with freeholders. We also have a mechanism by which we can serve statutory notices onto freeholders. We use that sparingly, but it's a very valuable tool in our kit bag, particularly where we're getting non-responsive freeholders. It's a formal process, and our experience today is the vast majority, over 95% of the statutory notices we send out, we get a very quick response. And then we have a team of people who negotiate and close the way leaves, and then we release those for build to the operators. So that's the kind of standard process that we went through. I think it's fair to say it's very labour intensive. So we decided about 15 months ago now that we were going to radically overhaul our processes and change our focus of the business. So the vast majority of our people were spent, the vast majority of our people's time was spent on admin tasks. So we were searching databases, we were mail merging, we were updating spreadsheets, we were, printing letters, visiting the post office on a huge amount of frequency. So we took all of those processes and carved them up into individual bite-sized chunks and tried to see how we could better operate at speed. So we call it the automation system. It isn't a single system. It's a number of usually majority off-the-shelf products, which we've spent time and effort, a huge amount of time and effort, to integrate so that they interface with each other seamlessly. And as a result of that, we've changed our business completely on its head. So where, as I said, the majority of our time was spent on admin tasks, we don't do those anymore. Very, very few. So wayleaf production, wayleaf distribution, and processing and interrogation, so working out what wayleaves we need in the first place, that all happens, and it all happens robotically and automatedly. So we currently have 8 robots working, and most of that processing is done overnight. And the beauty for our people is the tasks that they're undertaking are much more fulfilling, rather than, we don't pay anybody to select stamps anymore. And the prime focus of their role now is problem solving. So they engage with freeholders, they understand the concerns of managing agents or residents or housing associations, and we fix those problems in conjunction with the operator, which ultimately means that we can get the wayleave signed, and our customers can build a network. In terms of our philosophy, I've shamelessly stolen this approach, and we regularly identify what our biggest headaches are, whether that's time, complexity, or resource, and then we work collectively as a team to try and reduce those and just minimize them as much as possible, so that we can again focus on delivery of the wayleaves. So in terms of why we've done this, there's a huge great need for wayleaves within the UK. There are 25 million properties in the UK. Our experience is that approximately a third of those will need wayleaves, be that because they're in MDUs, in blocks of flats, or whether they're properties on private roads. So there's a huge task if we're going to get to the 100% by 2030. And we need to do this at scale. So the automated approach allows us to do that. As I said, we process thousands of wayleaves overnight, and we've now removed a direct correlation between the resource required for the volume of wayleaves. So ultimately, we fix the problems. I've got a punchline that I use, and I said, cadence is king. We regularly communicate, we effectively communicate, and we build confidence within freeholders, which results in more wayleaves and faster build. And that's it for me.
Wonderful. Thank you, Terry. Very informative, very useful. We're running slightly over time, but I think now we'll move into a networking break. We'll be back. What did we agree, James? 10 minutes at 12:40?
Yeah, 12:40 sounds good.
So Lucy, if you can let everybody back onto the floor, have a chat with people, go to visit the sponsors, have a chat with your peers, grab a coffee, comfort break. Back in 10 minutes, and we'll move on to Gigabit Wireless and then a Q&A panel. So welcome back, everybody. Hope you've had a chance to either have a comfort break, grab a coffee or a beverage of your choice, and to have a good chat with other people, etc. So following the focus on the session around fiber in the earlier session, I'm now delighted to welcome David Burns to give the latest in gigabit capable wireless solutions and what's happening in the wireless space. So David, if you can join us. Once we've finished with David's presentation, we'll then open up to a Q&A to include all of the previous speakers and David. So please do submit any questions via the Q&A function, and we'll have a chat about that afterwards. Thanks very much. David, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rob, and good afternoon, everybody. Very delighted to be here, and thank you very much for that. I've been asked to share a few ideas and the latest news on gigabit capable wireless. I think gigabit capable wireless has been a myth or out of reach for some time, and but it's a fast-moving picture, and so that's what I'm here to talk about today. So a couple of things really. Who am I? What can you do today that will do a gigabit? What's around the corner? And what's maybe months or a year or so away? Firstly, who am I? I wear 3 different hats at different times because of my large head. I run a fixed wireless network, an independent network in the UK called Boundless Networks. So I'm the founder of that. I've been running that for about 11 years. And we operate typically super fast with a small amount of gigabit across the northern counties of Lancashire and Yorkshire, principally. I'm also the chairman of the UK Wireless Internet Service Providers Association, UK WISPR. We work very happily and very cooperatively with INCA on various events, and we represent the industry as a trade body. So I spend quite a bit of time with BDUK and with Ofcom and others, and we meet on a regular basis. And lastly, I have a software company called Wisdom, and we developed some very clever GPU accelerated and machine learning based wireless coverage software. So we map. We can map, for example, all of the UK in real time at millimeter wave, and we have all of the we have 52 billion points mapped on in the UK, and so we can do some clever stuff around that with 5G and so on. So just wanted to cover what's available today. Wi-Fi isn't really gigabit capable at all. It can potentially do Wi-Fi, but it's not a solution that you can deliver to customers on a practical basis. It's license exempt. It's not very expensive, but just discount it. Lots of operators provide fixed wireless access using the 5 gigahertz band, which is lightly licensed or license exempt. So it's very cheap. The equipment's cheap, and it's been around for a few years. 10 years ago, it was disruptive because you could do 20 or 30 megabits for not very much money, but people's expectations have moved a long way. If you look at the marketing blurb for some of the large companies that operate in that space, such as Ubiquiti, it will say that it's gigabit compliant. For all intents and purposes, and and in a UK perspective, it's not gigabit compliant. Within UK WISPR, we actually manage a data set of compliant and non-compliant equipment in relation to the gigabit voucher scheme, and we don't include any equipment in the 5 gigahertz band because, practically speaking, it can't sustain a gigabit connection because of things like radar protection and the fact that you're not allowed to have enormous channels that would be required to do that. So 5 gigs fixed wireless is not really a gigabit technology today. 60 gigahertz, also known as the V band, is is available and can ship and is not terribly expensive. So typically, if it's point to point, so one dish talking to another dish, 2.5 kilometers is quite realistic to be able to do a reliable gigabit connection, and it can cost as little as £500 to make a connection from point to point. It can cost more depending on which product you use. It's license exempt at the time for the time being, which means that you don't have to pay Ofcom anything to use it. And it's good for a short hop backhaul. You can't really connect lots and lots of customers using lots and lots of point to points, practically speaking, because where your distribution point would be, you need a dish for each one of them. And there's obvious practical limits there to how that would work. 60 gigahertz point to multi-point, that's where you have a base station talking to multiple stations. That does work, and it has been around for a couple of years. Vendors like Ciclu and Microtik, Ciclu probably more premium, Microtik more low cost, more budget, can work quite well. It's very short range because an access point spreads its connection, its beam, if you like, over a wider area. It means that the signal doesn't carry all that far. So it's difficult to get more than 300-400 meters per connection. So it's a short range solution, and often such short range solutions can have an equally low cost fiber alternative. So that certainly it kind of becomes a good solution around business parks and so on, short range. And there are a few mesh products available in the 60 gigs band. The advantage of mesh is that you can go hop to hop to hop to hop. So you can light up buildings or street furniture and effectively extend the range. So if you imagine you want to provide gigabit capability into a business park or into a street of houses, you can use each property or each lamppost, let's say, as a backhaul and as a distribution point, so it becomes self-backhauling. And there is equipment available. Most noteworthy, Cambridge CCS have a decent product they've developed for Adtran. What's quite interesting about that product is that it can integrate with their fiber-based products as well. So you could create a hybrid network with some fiber connectivity and some wireless connectivity, manage it all from a single kind of pane of glass, and there's a good familiarity to it. Again, very short range, a few hundred meters per hop, but you can go hop to hop. So that's pretty much it in terms of gigabit capability as of today, if you order a product and get it delivered next week. In the very near horizon, literally within weeks, the landscape is changing though. So for example, 5G or private LTE, private 5G technology is now starting to ship from around about this month. The interesting thing about using LTE and using frequencies that are harmonized around the globe means that the equipment vendors and the chipset manufacturers get volume, and volume means the costs come down. So we're starting to see it's possible to get subscriber units for £100 to £200 that will be are gigabit capable, operating in a very convenient band, which is in 5G term known as N77, 3.8 to 4.2 gigahertz. You can use quite wide channels, which means high capacity, and it's quite realistic to do a gigabit at up to 16 kilometers, possibly more, if you put a slightly bigger antenna at the customer property. So that becomes a bit of a game changer, because within a catchment of, say 10 or 16 kilometers, you can cover an awful lot of premises from a single access point or a single base station. If you put a device inside somebody's property, as opposed to an antenna on the outside, the range becomes much, much shorter. But you could theoretically post somebody a router. The router has got a SIM card in it or an eSIM in it. They switch it on, they plug it in, and it goes live. To do gigabit speeds, in most cases, it's hard to do that at more than a couple of kilometers. If you put the antenna on the outside of the property, much clearer signal, much more gain, and the range goes up dramatically. And we are already seeing pilots in the UK for this equipment, some of whom are funded by BDUK, and they do look very encouraging. I'm involved in a couple of those. A band just below that, which is owned by the mobile network operators, 3.5 3.4 to 3.6 and 3.6 to 3.8. Again, established kit is available today from various vendors. The licenses are harder to get hold of though, because the principal license holders are mobile network operators. And at this time, mobile network operators are not very cooperative in sharing that license. So there is an Ofcom license called the local access license that allows this to be shared with other operators. But so far, the MNOs have not been too generous with those permissions. I'm only aware of 1 or 2 in the UK. Very interesting one is Telegraph on the 60 gigahertz band. So this is a mesh-based technology. And the interesting thing about Telegraph is that it's got Facebook behind it. So they've created a multi-vendor ecosystem. They've recruited various hardware vendors and chipset manufacturers. 4 of them are shipping equipment any day now. So those would be Cambium Networks, Ciclu, and Radwin, and IgniteNet. Over the coming weeks, and months, we expect that there to be another 10 or so vendors coming out. So each station can do potentially 3 gigabits plus, and the access points that mesh together can do theoretically up to 15 gigabits at the moment, and that's probably going to increase in speed over time. So a really interesting solution here, sitting alongside or extending a fiber network, rolling out using buildings or lampposts, multi-gigabit, very widely supported, very well-established hardware that's relatively low cost. So from a couple of £100 per subscriber. In the next, say, 12 months, we do expect a bit more development to occur. At the moment, part of the millimeter wave band in 26 gigahertz is up for review. Some of that's going to go to 5G. Some of it may go to the opportunity for fixed wireless. And because it's somewhat harmonized, there is going to be quite a lot of equipment at relatively low cost. At the moment, it is possible to get a license in what's known as the lower 26 gigahertz band between about 24.1 and 26 point something, but it's only available at very low power for indoor use. So it's a great solution in a warehouse or in a factory, very, very high speed. If Ofcom permits, it should be possible to put equipment outdoors in time and do multi-gigabit up to 7 kilometers or thereabouts, depending on the vendor. Wi-Fi is generally being extended, so what's sometimes known as Wi-Fi 6E. So it's extending the 5 gigahertz band and going up into the 6 gigahertz arena. Should be capable of doing gigabit at ranges of several kilometers, will be quite low cost. It is being adopted in other countries, such as the USA. It is up for review in the UK at the moment, and it's likely to be made available to make Wi-Fi faster in property, might be made available to outdoor use, which could be quite interesting. And that would mean that existing fixed wireless operators would have an easy route up. And then there's future developments in some of the very high frequency bands. So what's called D band and W band are in pilot and in experimental region at the moment. So probably 10 to 40 or even 100 gigabit speeds, relatively short range. The 70 to 90 gigahertz band can transmit pretty good distances, multiple kilometers, and could be able to do 40 gigabits plus. Probably going to be more like a backhaul solution rather than a point-to-multipoint customer solution. So there's some interesting things coming along, and I don't have a crystal ball, hence I don't have a limp. Therefore, I can't say with certainty which ones these are going to, which of these will have an impact. That's really all I wanted to do at the moment by way of introduction, and then happy to take further questions as we move forward. So thank you very much for listening to that, and I look forward to hearing any questions that you may have.
Great stuff. Thank you, David. Very interesting. We now will go to a Q&A session. So Lucy, if you can get the previous speakers back on, please. And we'll open up to audience questions. So if anybody does have some questions on either David's presentation or the previous presentations on the fiber side of things, so fiber design, planning, the wayleave process, or the optical overhead infrastructure from COM, then in the Q&A. I think, James, unless you've got anything, there's one that's been submitted already. So
yeah, go with that one. Yep.
Yep. So this one's for Joel of DigPro. So Joel, Justin Lease asks, so as well as network visualization for internal staff, the build team, the field engineers, the installers, etc., do you have the ability to provide a visualization for the customer portal?
Yes, of course. There is. We have a tool. We have an HTML tool that you could use to publish network data for the end customers. And I think I have 3 suggestions where the digital twin, the representation of your network, might suit. It could be the disturbance map, where you can keep track of disturbances in your passive network, like groundwork, or someone have dug up your cable or something like that. You could also have like a black fiber service map where you can show to the customer, maybe an ISP or someone who is delivering services in your passive network. They can get an overview of where their fibers are and if there are any work that should be done with their cables or fiber threads. There's also, keeping track of expected and unexpected disturbances in your network and communicating with the customers. So that you can do, but it's on a passive level that you do that. So it's more focused on maybe the ISPs and the ones delivering services in your network, the physical network.
Great, thank you, Joel. Is there also, Joel, just out of interest, anything to show interest from end customers in the area?
Yes, you can do that as well. We have, and it works quite well. We deliver a system for the whole and life cycle of the network. So we start very early, and we can use the same kind of technology to actually retrieve interest from the people that are interested in getting a fiber connection or any connection of some sort. So that could be done, and then you can use those points to actually plan and design your network, both on an early stage, but also when you go into detailed planning.
Thanks, John.
David, we've got a few questions coming up for you. Before we go into that, any thoughts on line of sight? Because traditionally in fixed wireless access, line of sight has been a significant sort of limitation. You didn't sort of mention anything in your presentation, but any particular thoughts on that as we go forward?
Yeah, line of sight is critical in most fixed wireless technologies. So broadly, low frequencies don't care about line of sight. So that's why TVs and radios and things, work okay if you're behind some trees and so forth. So we would regard those as low frequencies, sub 1 gigahertz. Higher frequencies give you higher capacity, but they're much more vulnerable to both distance and stuff in the way, line of sight. So at the moment, the fastest types of kind of connections you can get, multi-gigabit, really need millimeter wave, very, very short wavelength, very high frequency transmissions, and the air gets in the way. Oxygen slows them down, that sort of thing. And if oxygen and air can slow it down, then you can bet that a tree or a building or anything like that will completely kill it. So yes, line of sight is critical. However, some bands do have a certain amount of tolerance. So I mentioned earlier on the sort of middle 3-ish gigahertz, 3.4 up to 4.2 gigahertz bands. They do have quite a degree of tolerance, and the technology, if you like, the sensitivity of the equipment has improved a lot over the last few years, and therefore, even if a few trees get in the way, that frequency will penetrate a reasonable way, and B, the sensitivity of the equipment is such that it can still decode a really good quality of signal and therefore a high capacity. So it is still important, and the highest reliability and the best predictability has nothing in the way other than air. But in that midband of the 3-point-something gigahertz, you can still get a gigabit with a certain amount of incursion of the signal, as it were.
Yeah, I have to say that 3.8 to 4.2 gigahertz is looking really quite interesting in terms of deployment for rural areas, isn't it?
Yeah, £80 per license per year for a channel, and you can at a site. So virtually no cost. You can buy the rights for a few channels in that band for a few £100 a year, and it's got the capacity to drive gigabit plus over wide range, a wide area with quite high density.
Okay, I've got another couple of questions. We're going to ignore the slightly general one, otherwise it just gives you a platform to do a whole new presentation again, which you're not going to do. But there is a specific one from Aidan. Spectrum question for David. I was involved in lobbying with Ofcom for the removal of the telemetry block for 5 gigahertz. Didn't that allow gigabit speeds?
Well, in the 5 gigahertz band, there was a little a 20 megahertz chunk of the 5 gigahertz band that we weren't allowed to use. It was used by a couple of road toll bridges and a few other basic things. That was removed. But to give a good, reliable gigabit service, you need a nice wide channel, and there effectively is only one available. And that channel has to respect the regulations around what's called DFS, which is dynamic frequency selection, or radar. So if a weather radar thing gets triggered or some other radar detection occurs on one of your radios, your equipment has to shut down and find another channel. And there isn't another channel available that's got enough capacity to do a gigabit. Therefore, practically speaking, whilst getting rid of that notch was really good, we can make much more efficient use of that band. Really, 100, 200 megabits in that band is much more realistic and much more deliverable than gigabit, and therefore it's impractical to try to give gigabit services today on that 5 gigahertz band.
Okay, do we have any more questions? I was interested in Christoph's presentation, where suddenly we found a whole new load of things that we need to worry about when we're doing rural deployments of fibre, things that we were they were there in the back of our minds, but suddenly now you think, oh yeah, we need to worry about that. Though if any fibre engineer starts wrapping the fibre around their finger, which is, the 3mm radius, then they deserve some kind of retraining, shall we say.
No, but it's important to deal with that, because sometimes in the splicing cassette, you can have this kind of default. When you implement the network, you can have this kind of default. The fact is that if, when you make an optical time domain reflectometry by commissioning or during time, if you've got an optical decrease or increase of the attenuation, decrease of the power signal, then you will detect it. So you will come to fix the problem. That's why you've got to be sensitive enough to detect this very low bending radius. And that's what happens if you choose the right fiber. And when there is a bending which appears somewhere, your optical level will decrease. And then you say, oops, there is an issue, there is a problem somewhere. So I go and fix it. The issue is not to stay in this area of very low bending radius due to whatever you want, because then you will break. But let's say I've spoken about solutions, not only issues, but solutions to fix these issues.
Okay. Any more questions from you, Rob? Any?
I don't think so. There doesn't seem to be any more from the audience, so I probably suggest we move on and get on to the next session before lunch.
Indeed. So.
Okay. So, speakers, thank you very much
Thank you,
for your
everyone.
time.
Thank you very much.
Your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
useful, very interesting. Thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
And Lucy, if you can bring David Stokes onto screen. David is from Ribbon Communications, the new name for ECI Telecom. And David is going to talk to us about provisioning across backhaul, metro, core networks, etc. All very important things for the networks that everybody is building. And look at that. That is perfect, David. You've gone straight into presentation mode without even seeing you on screen. That's incredible. You get star points for that. Well done. I'll disappear.
Thank you very much, Rob. And what a great morning it's been. Really interesting. So I'm going to take it from a slightly different point of view and suggest it's not just the access network that's needed in terms of the networking terms to deliver great broadband. And for those of you who haven't heard of Ribbon Communications, we're a global telecoms vendor providing IP and optical transport and voice solutions to service providers, enterprises, critical infrastructure sectors in over 140 countries, and our annual revenues are around approaching about $1 billion US. So medium-sized vendor. Our voice solutions include SBCs, media gateways, voice over IP, etc., and come from a heritage of Nortel, Genband, and Sonos. And as Rob mentioned, our IP optical transport solutions come from ECI, which merged with Ribbon just over 12 months ago. And with this sort of customer base, we have a strong, diversified set of customers: tier 1s, tier 2s, tier 3s, altnets, critical enterprises, defence, local authorities, municipalities and smart cities, etc. Now that's actually important. The reason why that's important when we're looking at this space, if the slide will actually move, just one second. So the reason why that's important looking at this space is we've heard Paul Norris from DCMS this morning talk about Project Gigabit funding and its aims for the UK. The UK are not alone in this aim to bridge the digital divide, and we are seeing similar initiatives in many operators and countries in which we operate. So just some examples, the US, we're talking over 20 billion with their RDOF funding to bridge this exact same sort of issue. And then the EU, Saudi, India, all have got their own initiatives. And in many of these countries, this rush to fibre is also driving a rise of altnets. They're called different things in these other countries, but effectively altnets, the community that we're dealing with you here, because the needs and aims are the same. So this is an issue that's across the globe, and that's really quite interesting or comforting to know. What we found in discussions with guys in the UK, but also outside the UK, that solving the broadband or the digital divide cannot only be about just access capacity. And what do I mean by that? Well, it's no good providing a high capacity access pipe if the rest of the network can't support the traffic speeds required to fill the pipe. It's also no good providing high capacity pipes, even if they have the speed, if the whole network cannot guarantee the performance characteristics of the services running over that network. And as we move from best effort residential broadband to more bespoke services requiring very specific performance needs, the way the network works has got to be changed. So we see a need to evolve and refresh the aggregation and transport network to backhaul the capacity and speeds provided by the access network. And that allows us to deliver proper broadband, great broadband that meets the service needs you're trying to address. So as the access network capacity increases, clearly we're going to need to grow the backbone capacity to 100 gig, 200 gig and beyond. Currently you're running at 10 gig, but you're talking about a factor of 10, 20 increase in access capacity. You're going to need to see at least that increase in the backbone network. But also as range increases or changes, and you go fiber deep, you can remove some of the very local points of presence. That backbone network's going to need to be higher and higher capacity. So 100, 200 gig is about right. We're talking about here. A simple 10 gig ring is not going to be good enough. We also see the need to make the aggregation network multi-service, allowing network operators to maximize their return on investment by supporting a wide variety of different services: residential, business, and as Paul mentioned, education, health, and then touching on 5G XL, and I'll mention that very briefly at the end. And we're also seeing, with the emergence of new types of services like gaming, etc., the emergence of multi-access edge compute, MEC, where for performance and or cost reasons, applications and services which were once located in the core of the network are now disaggregated, virtualized, and instantiated on these MEC compute resources which are located closer to the end user. So we see that what used to be access back all the way to the core isn't going to be the future. For performance reasons and cost reasons, that compute is now going to be placed wherever in the network it's required. And we see a very complex type of network emerging. So to achieve this, we see for the aggregation and transport network to move from the simple 10G rings of the past to a dynamic mesh able to provide high capacity with the right performance characteristics to the applications and services wherever and whenever they are instantiated, and then to tear down that capacity when the compute is turned off. So absolutely very, very different type of network. So just a quick explanation of why services are so diametrically opposed to each other and the different requirements they put on the network. This is a very simple view, but if we think of the traditional internet-based entertainment, oversubscription is the norm. And because within reason, latency and latency variations acceptable, this oversubscription is used to maximize the number of users and the perceived capacity. But as we move to online things like online cloud gaming, oversubscription will be a disaster. It will mean increased game lag, which literally means you'll be beaten to the draw every time by someone with less lag. Gamers know this, and they know which networks have the lowest lag and will migrate to these wherever they can. Then we mentioned education. Remote education requires a high security to stop people hacking in from the outside, but also all those potential thousands of hackers in the education system, i.e. the pupils, trying to hack out into the network. You need to have a walled garden type approach and a high security in that. Also, as we move to immersive education, there's strong evidence that for immersive education to be compelling, the motion to photon latency, i.e. when you move and then when it is displayed on the screen, the motion to photon latency needs to be reduced to around 5 milliseconds. And even if you're not going to go that far, if you have a latency of 20 milliseconds or more, it causes nausea in VR applications. And of course, telehealth requires security and reliability. So many, many different types of services and networks. So I'm going to just touch on one of the approaches that in the industry we're talking about this within this dynamic mesh network. This new approach that's emerging is called network slicing, and slices are created across the network to support the various services. Where a service or a set of services needs to be strongly isolated from the other services in the network, transport technology is used to create hard slices where traffic on the rest of the network cannot affect the performance of the traffic on the hard slice. These slices might be for individual tenants on a multi-tenant network or for services which require an absolute performance guarantee. Where services don't have such a strong need for isolation or need for guaranteed performance, QoS-based technology can be used to create soft slices. And clearly from the previous discussion, we need to be able to support both hard slices and soft slices and be able to run soft slices on the hard slices. And this is what the diagram shows here. So basically the ability to support all types of service and meet all of their performance needs and then backhaul it to the right place in the network, whether that be a MEC, a local data center, or the core of the network. And just a word, I'm not going to spend too long on this slide. Traffic engineering is key to meeting these performance requirements. So any network that's deployed has to have strong traffic engineering in it. And there's traffic engineering in the IP layer with technologies like MPLS, RSVPTE, and more recently segment routing. And then the optical network, the centralized provisioning, when you actually create a service, gives you that traffic engineering. It is essential that both IP layers and optical layers are aware of each other and what parameters they bring in the network, or the traffic engineering will be a bit meaningless. If you do the traffic engineering in the IP layer and you haven't got a faintest idea what the latency is connecting two routers and it drops into the optical layers and then goes all over the country, you'll get it all wrong. So both layers need to be aware of each other for this traffic engineering to work well. It's worth bringing out. And then none of this works at all well if the fiber itself fails. So fiber health management of this transport backhaul network is becoming more and more important. And where traditionally you'd have a handheld device, today it would be a better idea to have this fiber health management, the OTDR, integrated into the network itself and allow you to provide real-time health management of your fiber, allowing you to detect degradations before they become failures, And then when there are failures, rapidly sectionalizing the failures and sending the repair crews out to the right location, meaning you can keep the network reliable and highly available and not overutilize the network in down broken fiber. Really very important in this transport network. And as I said, this is a whistle stop thing through the thing. I mentioned very at the start, I talked very briefly about 5G. 5G represents a huge opportunity for anyone who has fiber infrastructure. The MNOs are coming to a point where they've done initial rollout of the 5G. As they move to mass rollout of broadband services or move on to the more complex 5G services, they're going to need a massive increase in capacity. They're going to need a massive increase in connectivity, and they're going to need networks which can provide deterministic performance characteristics for the service they're carrying. They cannot afford to build this all themselves. It's not possible. They can't do it, nor would they want to do it. So anybody who has fiber out to the edges of the network has a great opportunity to monetize their return they get from that fiber if they can provide this network with the right performance. And all of that stuff I've mentioned in the previous few slides give them that performance. So 5G is a really good opportunity to make money, but on the fiber, but so are business services and online gaming. So it's just another tool in your tool set for monetizing your network. So bringing it all together is my belief and premise, and Ribbon's premise, that really for great broadband services, you need to augment the access network with a great backhaul IP transport network that's able to provide scalable capacity and connectivity to wherever it's required, and be able to converge the IP and optical layers and provide the operational simplicity to allow that connection to happen in a way which operationally is no more complex than the old 10G rings, but in reality you're doing a lot more. And this allows operators to monetize their investment and fully provide the great broadband which DCMS and everyone is hoping for. So that is really it. I mean, it's a very quick whistle through everything. If you've got any questions after, or I can do the online chat, I'll answer questions, but I've also put my email on here if you want to contact me. So thank you very much.
That's great. Many thanks, David. Interesting and educational presentation there. So thank you for that. Let's move on to Vimal from Zantaro. So Vimal is going to give us an update on the latest in all things PON. So if Vimal, if you can join us on screen, please.
Okay, hi there, Rob.
There we go. Hi. Over to you. If you'd like to share your slides, then you can carry on.
Thank you all. A quick introduction. Vimal Pindoria. I'm technical director at Zantaro. Been with Zantaro for 8 years. The plan is to give you a very quick introduction to Zantaro, and then talk about active network design and scaling up. And for me, it's a very interesting area. I've been involved with network design, architecture of telecoms networks for about 20 years. So it's a good opportunity for me, for sure, to go through some of the trends we're seeing, some of the very interesting challenges that service providers in the UK are having, and how we're helping solve them. So just to start off, Zantaro at a glance, we're a service integrator. Service integrator, a slight change to system integrator in that we look at end-to-end services of our customers. Our focus is really around tier 2, 3 service providers, colo hosting providers, as well as cloud providers. And where we work with our customers, it's pretty much how engagements would be with vendors, where we do everything from initial requirement scoping, network design, development of business cases, helping put numbers for active equipment into those business cases, to doing full turnkey rollouts. We can be flexible in how we support our customers with their deployments. and then into operational support. So we offer full vendor-like tax support as well, 24/7, as well as spare parts management and so on. In terms of technical areas, there's a few high-level words put at the bottom of the slide, but really we do everything from a brand new ISP who wants to build up their transit peering relationships to the access aggregation core routing to optical transmission networks. Very key theme being fixed access. So we're very active in fiber to the home, which I'll go into, and then security across the network and DevOps type practice for those networks. So I haven't put the vendor logos up, but our key partnerships, at least with vendors, are Nokia, Juniper, Arista, A10, and it's really around switching, optical transmission, GPON, XGS-PON type technologies, CGNAT, and other relevant technology areas. So in the 10 minutes, what I wanted to just go through is a quick refresher on different access technologies, at least fiber access. Previous presentation covered wireless. So what we see most in the UK is a mix of point-to-point Ethernet, and for sure a massive rise in point-to-multipoint, and namely GPON and the move to XGS-PON. I'll go through the various PON technologies. I won't be covering EPON, which I'm happy to do with anyone who wants to reach out. So just the different flavors, which some of you may or may not be familiar with. So we've been deploying with our customers GPON for quite some years now. It's really where a single port on an OLT breaks out to multiple end devices, the ONTs, and it's 2.5 gig downstream with 1.2 gig upstream. It's a wavelength, it's a different wavelength which goes down compared to the wavelength that's used upstream. I would say most widely deployed worldwide, but as you look at XGS-PON, it's definitely the fastest growth area in PON that we're seeing at the moment. So XGS-PON, it's an evolution to GPON. There's two flavors. There's one where you get symmetrical 10 gig PON, and then another where there's 10 gig down and 2.5 gig up, which is called XG-PON1. I would say observations, what we've been seeing in the marketplace with XGS-PON is a huge cost reduction. I've got in the middle of the slide coexistence of the same PON as a statement. This is also driving a much faster adoption of XGS-PON. And what we have seen is symmetrical PON, the cost of the ONTs, there's not really any difference. If anything, majority of ONTs now are symmetrical PON capable. So for sure, the symmetrical 10 gig PON networks are where we're seeing most of our customers invest. There is a flavor of PON called TWDM PON. It's been around for some time. The statement at the bottom is for sure my view, and I think the market view is there's very limited deployments of TWDM PON. It's a PON technology of up to 40 gig up and downstream, and it uses 4 different wavelengths. So the biggest reason where I think that this technology has failed is the cost. So it's the cost of the ONTs, but all of the 3 technologies, GPON, XGS-PON, TWDM-PON, again, that they're all able to coexist with the newest flavor, which has already been in various lab trials and is going through standardization, which is 25 gig PON. It really takes advantage of 25 gig advances in data centers. It is seen by, I think, most analysts as well as vendors as the most cost-effective evolution after XGS-PON, and I'll go into that in a bit more detail. So this slide, I tried to just capture a few reasons why the evolution and what we're seeing from our customers, a lot of the discussion points we're having. So I think the points on the left are obvious. Gigabits are reality. I was reading an article on ISP Review, and it was quite interesting the number of providers who have gigs offerings to their customers. Already there's been conversation about 5G, so absolutely the world is going 5G. When building fiber assets into the ground, for sure there's a massive opportunity to pick up on 5G anyhaul, and the technologies we consult with our customers and actually sell and help build networks with support 5G anyhaul. So fiber access, there's huge amount of demand to get that fiber in the ground as quickly as possible, to be there, to go to MNOs, to be able to offer those services. And I think the most obvious is the pandemic is changing consumer behavior. So I obviously don't need to go into the reasons why that's happened. We're on an event now virtually, whereas over a year ago we would have all been in a room and in a conference facility. But I think the biggest point I have behind that bullet is that what we're seeing, and some of the vendors we work with, is because of the changing consumer behaviors, we're seeing the investment in XGS-PON coming forward to the extent where a lot of our deployments have begun with XGS-PON in greenfield scenarios, and we believe it's accelerated by as much as 4 years. So with XGS-PON, absolutely, the game is on. We are seeing, and we are part of deployments for XGS-PON. There's a definite convergence of residential, enterprise, and mobile, and having a fiber access network gives operators the ability to address requirements across those three. I already mentioned XGS-PON is fastest growing, and 25 gig PON as an evolution. So the next couple of slides, I'll be moving into investment protection and how investing in the right active equipment already sets you up to kind of have the coexistence of these technologies, all with the same hardware. The major difference being the ONTs that are used. But a few points I just wanted to kind of raise, and hopefully please reach out for discussion, is when deploying active equipment on that fixed network, you are able to today buy next gen OLTs which have universal line cards supporting these technologies I've been speaking about. There's some very interesting use cases coming up with software defined access networks, SDAN for short. So a few examples are network slicing. By actually having a software defined fixed access network, you're able to network slice that physical asset into virtual network instances. And it's a good way that if you want a wholesale offering, or if you're the fiber infrastructure provider, that you can actually virtualize those instances and make them available to operators who want to come onto your network. There's another area where all of these technologies we see increasing demand. So we've been involved with some pretty cool projects where we're working with developers, and instead of point-to-point Ethernet, they want multi-tenant units to be sort of gig capable, and they're looking to GPON and XGS-PON. So optical LAN, if you're not familiar, it's a kind of industry terminology for using PON in buildings. And we for sure have done this with developers in the UK. It's been used across Europe as an alternative to point-to-point Ethernet in schools and hotels, airports, that sort of thing. So just on multi-PON, it's another term we use commonly with our customers, is when thinking about active network, you could go for the lowest cost technology, which is GPON. But as mentioned, there is reasons to move towards XGS-PON, to the point where we're seeing successful business cases by operators to build with XGS-PON, and then thinking ahead to the future demands. How do you protect the investment you're making today to the next evolution, which I already discussed as 25 gig PON? So already available today, a vendor that we're very active with in fixed access is Nokia, and that they have a multi-PON card. And I just wanted to show on this slide that you can actually, with the same line card, go GPON day one, choose to go XGS-PON day one, or actually coexist. So the third optic that you can see down actually includes the coexistence element. What that means is you can have GPON and XGS-PON running on the same passive optical network, and the difference is the ONT you put in your residential or business customers. So the ONTs have a sort of narrow receiver, and if it's a GPON ONT, it will only accept the GPON wavelengths, and vice versa for XGS-PON. So this could be quite useful if you want a sort of mixed service offering where you want to keep costs as low as possible for low bandwidth customers and keep the ONT price at the lower end by deploying GPON, but yet have a premium offering on the same passive optical network and offer that on XGS-PON. So the last point here is, also the same card is already capable of 25 gig PON. It will need a software upgrade. We see the initial deployments as early as next year. So there's no 25 gig PON ONTs yet commercially available, but that's not too far around the corner. And the last slide I just wanted to go through is really, I touched upon XGS-PON being used as greenfield. So in the last 2 years, where an XGS-PON residential gateway ONT would have cost, I would say, in above £200, it's come down dramatically. And the slide says similar cost between GPON and XGS-PON. There is a difference if looking at just bridged ONTs, but that gap is coming down. And when it comes to residential gateways, even with Wi-Fi 6 capability, depending on volume, you could be sub £100. So there's been a huge reduction in ONT pricing. And what you do get with XGS-PON, and which we've seen some of our customers do, is use that as competitive advantage. So you can get operational efficiencies where with GPON, you may have started with 1:32 ratio, taking that 1:32 ratio down to 1:16. With XGS-PON, it's quite feasible that you could build with a 1:64 split ratio. So that's one of the reasons why you may sort of start with XGS-PON. And then with multi-PON, as I touched on already, it's a way where you can start with a low cost offering on GPON, but you can have an easy migration to higher speeds. And then the last point I wanted to cover is really Wi-Fi. So one of the biggest topic areas that we get into with our customers is it's great to have high speed, but it's typically the home experience which is ruined by poor Wi-Fi. So as part of our solution and the technology we offer, typically it'll be XGS-PON type ONTs or even GPON, but with Wi-Fi mesh capability. Wi-Fi 6 is another hot topic which most of our customers want to take to market. So that all comes within the solution. And that's it.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Vimal. Very interesting set of slides, and good to see that PON is moving onwards and upwards. I totally agree about the Wi-Fi in the home. It's always the issue of, as most people know, that's always the thing that they moan about.
Exactly.
Thanks for your slides, Vimal. We've got one last session before the networking break for lunch. So I'd like to welcome fellow Dutchman Gerlas van den Hoven from Eindhoven, I believe, from Genexis. Gerlas, welcome. And if you can get your slides ready and present your slides, that'd be great.
So I'm between you and the lunch break, so I will speed up because we don't want to be locked down, certainly not for lunch. My name is Gerlas van den Hoven. I'm the CEO of Genexis. Genexis is one of the leading equipment vendors for ONTs and Wi-Fi equipment in Europe. And we've all been locked up and closed down with empty streets, and it feels like we're all tied up. And that's something we don't like. And luckily, and I think the British have shown how it should be done, with a good vaccine, we can get out of the lockdown. But there's also a lockdown in our industry. When we talk about PON and XGS-PON, like the previous speaker did, we also deal with an interoperability problem, and that's the topic of today's presentation. Now, we know also because of COVID, there's no way back. The society before was conferences and lots of face-to-face. And yes, we'll go back to that partly, but we know there's going to be a big change. We know that digital communication means are here to stay, and we've been doing nothing other in the last couple of months or even the full year. Working from home, e-health, schooling from home, and as we speak, we're probably all sitting behind our screens in our home offices. This is something to stay, and it requires a very, very good infrastructure, a full fiber infrastructure. And that's what we're all about. But when we choose to do that, we see there's a great vision, but we are at a crossroads. We can build the network in two different ways. We can do it closed, or we can do it open. And let me explore with you the two different directions. So looking at closed networks, making a bit of an analogy here, let's say you buy a computer from one vendor. And you say, well, okay, I also need a printer. So you buy that same printer from that same vendor. How about the monitor? Well, we can also buy that from the same vendor. And since we're communicating and doing video conferencing, we need a couple of speakers as well. And you can also buy them from the same vendor. But I challenge you all, do you actually buy all this equipment from one vendor? And I bet you don't. And you don't want to, because you might want a printer from another manufacturer because it's a better printer, or you might want that particular screen that you like. In fact, you want choice. And if you do buy everything on day one, you might want to change later on. You might want to upgrade your monitor or your speakers because they give better sound. You don't want to be locked in to a single vendor's ecosystem. And so let's look at the other direction. Obviously, that's a much more fine situation. And let's make the move towards passive optical networking, or PON. What you basically want, if you have a connection in your home, you want that to be able to be compatible with many different OLT solutions around there. There are different brands of the PON equipment on the central side. There's different brands and vendors on the ONT side. And in a good world, this all should work together. That's really important because you're building the network for the future. You don't want to be locked into a side street. We've seen this across the continent. We are very active in especially Northwestern Europe, and all our customers are asking for this. They want interoperability. Now, that shouldn't be a problem because PON is a standard, isn't it? Well, yes, it's a standard. There's a GPON standard. There's a standard for XGS-PON. And the previous speaker talked a lot about XGS-PON, and we see the same thing. XGS-PON is happening. There's a standard for managing OMCI, and there's a conformance testing program by the Broadband Forum. So that should cover it. But, and of course, there's a big but, just like with an iceberg, there's more below the surface than you can see. In fact, there's a lot of vendor-specific things in the PON standards. There's managed entities, which are vendor-specific ways of managing the network. There's different software specifics of the OLT equipment, and we also see some of the OLT vendors actually use commercial lock-in tactics. So they basically say, hey, if you want to use a third-party ONT, you have to pay a license fee, and these license fees can be pretty hefty. So, and it's funny that the OLT vendors do things like that because, and it's also funny, the order of things, it's always the ONT that comes last, even in this session. but it does represent more than 80% of the CapEx cost. So it is the single most important from a CapEx perspective, but when it comes to installation costs, that just increases. Remember, you have to enter each home individually to connect that fiber and to hook up that ONT. It's a process which requires dedicated planning and especially manpower. And manpower is something that's quite short these days. Furthermore, it's much harder to change, switch, or upgrade because it's a time-consuming process. Again, going to each and every customer. Therefore, it's expensive, and perhaps more importantly, it's not even very customer-friendly. Your consumers don't want you to go into their homes with installers all the time. So, in our view, choosing the right ONT can make or break your business case. So, I'd like to talk about a concept that we've introduced called the fiber twist. It's a very simple concept that addresses a number of these problems. First, it's a very easy to install product. So basically a very simple fiber termination unit that fits basically anywhere in the home, on a wall, in a cabinet, in a corner. And then it's very simple and easy to install. So the installer is out in a jiffy. And then you connect the ONT. And that can be done by the end user himself. It's a simple twist-on thing that basically anybody can do. It is granny-proof. So that kind of solves the problem when you think about installing ONTs, especially upgrading ONTs. Let's say you upgrade from GPON to XGS-PON. So in this way, you can really save a lot of cost and have a lot of flexibility. In addition to that, a simple, clean, nice-looking thing is important because we all like our home to be nice. And I'll come later to the flexibility because, as mentioned, there are many different PON, XGS-PON standards. There's also a lot of point-to-point still going on. There's many different product variants that you need to look into. But let's return to what goes on under the surface on the interoperability side, because in addition, we have been looking at developing a software that addresses the interoperability, and we call that InterOS. InterOS is a software that is fully interoperable on the GPON and the XGS-PON side. Basically, what it does is it detects the OLT on the other side, and it adapts as needed. So basically, the software knows all of the vendor specifics that there are in the different OLTs, and you could basically overnight switch out the OLT, and the ONT would be up and running with the new OLT. This, of course, requires an amount of work to maintain. We have more than 100 networks running in Europe with this software. And the beauty of it is it's not a dedicated software for a particular brand of OLT. It is one single software that encompasses all the different sets and variants that you may have. So with that, we can do successful interop any place, anywhere, anytime you like. And then putting those two ingredients together, you get out of the lock-in. We're interoperable. You as the network operator, you have the flexibility. You can make the choice for the equipment that you like, that you need. It's very simple to install, so it gives you the lowest total cost of ownership. And because of the do-it-yourself, you save, again, a lot of cost, but very important, it's very customer friendly. Just clicking on an upgraded ONT is much more friendly than making an appointment with an installer. Last but not least, very easy to upgrade. So the future-proofness that's been mentioned is a key ingredient. And there are many different deployment scenarios. We have hundreds of customers that all do it in a different way. And that means you need to provide many different variants. We have PON, we have point-to-point, we have XGS PON, but we also have 10G point-to-point. We have customers that require a cable TV overlay. We have customers that like telephony ports. We have customers that say, hey, I just need a simple single port media converter-like device. Others say, I want a multi-port product that can give me different services on different LAN ports. And most of them say, we want our products to be managed. And some even say, we want it customized. We want our own branding on the product. All of that is possible. Now, coming to the conclusion, we've all seen this big ship that was blocked, that was blocking the Suez Channel, and with the help of a few Dutch tugboats, it got loose. But it does point out one thing. It points out we're very, very dependent on the supply chain, on what's going on in the world. As I said, together with COVID and the enormous rise in need for digital communication is giving a huge strain on the supply chain. And the Internet of Things is also going on. We're getting more and more devices in the home. This is no surprise to anybody. And last but not least, the chip manufacturing capacity is limited. The chip factories are full, and our company is only a few kilometers away from ASML, which is the lead company making these big machines that make these very, very tiny chips. And we see that there's a huge excitement going on there because there's such a big demand. And taken together, you just see the world is changing. The world is changing, and it doesn't have to change in a bad way, right? With these digital means, with these new ways of communication, and with good working together and open networks, we can help the world change in the right way. Because there's no way back, because our lives are changing, we should build that infrastructure. And I think today's conference shows that and shows how we can make that a positive thing. But don't lock yourselves in. We need open networks. We need things to work together. And I hope I've shown you that choosing the right ONT can make or break your business case because of the installation, because of the customer friendliness, because of the flexibility and the upgrading scenarios. There are many, many different scenarios, but come together. We are ready to help you do this. So our question to you is, do you want to join us? So with that, I'd like to thank you. Hope that this 10 minutes has given you a lot of information. You're more than welcome to contact myself or my colleague Ben Howarth in the UK, who is also in this conference today. Thank you very much.
First up, I'm delighted to welcome Grace Shaw from DCMS to talk to us about the access to infrastructure regulations. So Grace, if you'd like to join us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, yep.
Great. I'm going to share some slides, so hopefully these will... Can people see those?
Perfect, yep, that's great.
Excellent, great, thanks very much. So I'm here to talk to you about the access to infrastructure regulations. So as background, the regulations transposed the EU Broadband Cost Reduction Directive 2014 into UK law. The directive was aimed at encouraging the reuse of existing passive infrastructure to deploy superfast broadband. And when we transposed the directive, we specified that the access to infrastructure regulations were for the purpose of deploying high-speed broadband, so defined as 30 megabits or above. So broadly, the regulations set out a framework for requests about existing infrastructure and requests to share and access that infrastructure. So the regulations enable specifically the sharing of information about existing infrastructure, so defined as ducts, poles, masts, pipes, inspection chambers, manholes, cabinets, buildings, entries to buildings, and antenna and towers. It also gives access seekers the right to access that infrastructure on fair and reasonable terms, and also makes provision for transparency around civil engineering works and the reasonable coordination of those works when they're using public funds in whole or in part. The regulations apply to owners of passive infrastructure. So this includes other telecoms providers, but also extends to utility providers. So gas, electricity, heating, water, as well as transport. So the framework sets out those broad rights to request access and information. It also sets out timescales for how long access infrastructure owners have to respond to requests. It sets out stipulations for how requests should be made as well. So, for instance, they should be in writing. But once those requests are received, it depends on what type of request, but generally the infrastructure owner has no more than 2 months to respond. So, for instance, for information about the physical infrastructure or request to access that, it's 2 months to respond. For surveys of physical infrastructure or request to coordinate civil works, it's 1 month. And for information about civil works, it's 2 weeks. So while the Act sets out the general framework and the rights, it also makes provision for exemptions to those. So where network operators can refuse requests for information or requests to access based on a number of different factors. So these will vary depending on the exact nature of the request, but generally they cover things like the request endangering national security, it putting the actual security and integrity of the network itself at risk, or public safety at risk. That's a particular concern when it involves utilities. If the request itself is not reasonable or technically unsuitable for telecoms infrastructure, if there's not actually any space in the original infrastructure for extra equipment, if it breaches confidentiality, or if it would interfere in the provision of the original service. In addition, requests to coordinate civil works can be refused if they're not made early enough, or if they are going to impede the original infrastructure operators' works. So, for instance, if it will make it, if it will delay those or give rise to extra costs. And finally, a request can be refused, a request to access infrastructure can be refused if there is an alternative means of wholesale access from the same provider that is available on fair and reasonable terms. So while there's a broad provision to allow and encourage this infrastructure sharing, there's an acknowledgement that there are some cases where that will not be suitable. Finally, the Act also sets out a dispute resolution process for any disputes arising from the regulations. Ofcom is the designated dispute resolution body. There's an expectation that the two parties will try and reach an agreement before going to a dispute resolution, but where that is not possible, then it's referred to the regulator. So this can be referred where requests are refused in whole or in parts, where the terms cannot be agreed between the two parties, or where the infrastructure operator does not respond to requests within the specified timelines. Once a formal request is made, Ofcom has its own timelines to make its decision. So for requests relating to access to physical infrastructure, this is within 4 months. For any other disputes, it's within 2 months. Ofcom is able to fix the terms of transactions or impose rights and obligations on the parties. However, Ofcom is not, for instance, able to impose fines as a result of breach of the regulations themselves. any decision Ofcom makes can be appealed to the Competition Appeals Tribunal. However, to date, there haven't been any formal disputes made on the ATI regulations. So at present, there's no case law for dispute resolution in this area. So that's a general overview of the regulations, what the provisions are and what they do. I just, at the end, wanted to touch on the government's review of the ATI regulations themselves. So within the original legislation, we're required to carry out a review of the regulations within 5 years. So that's this summer coming. We kicked this off last year with a call for evidence, which was open for the last summer between June and September. We were looking for views on how the regulations were working in practice, how they might be improved. In particular, we were keen to hear from industry about what the general level of interest there was in using the ATI regulations, whether any changes or clarifications could be made to make them easier or to encourage greater use. And also more generally, if there were any other reforms we could make to encourage greater infrastructure sharing, both between telecoms operators, but also between telecoms and utilities, and linking this in with our wider ambitions on gigabit capable rollouts, and recognizing that actually there's a huge benefit to infrastructure sharing there from reducing cost and time to deploy. So we are still reviewing those responses and considering next steps, and we'll publish our response in due course. We're also considering this in line with other reforms at the moment, and the call for evidence responses helped inform our other consultation on the Electronic Communications Code reform. I think as well, it's fair to say that responses were generally mixed. There were a number of different points to consider. However, we haven't got the sense that this is a number one priority for industry, that actually there are other areas where I think they want, in general, government action is seen as more important at the moment. I think there is also a general concern that, especially among smaller providers, where they might be both infrastructure operators, but also seeking to deploy their own infrastructure, about how this works with encouraging investment in new networks, which I think we're very aware of, especially with our overarching aim to encourage as much investment as possible at the moment. And I think finally, although this covers a number of different options for who you could access infrastructure from, I think the general sense we got was that the number one ask is still for access to the regulated duct and pole access product on Openreach, that is seen as the most appropriate infrastructure to use when deploying gigabit networks. So I think we've taken that on board, and we are considering what next steps we will take in light of those responses, and in light of our aim to help encourage as much rollout as possible. But yeah, I think that was everything. I think there's a panel session at the end, so happy to take any questions then, unless anyone had any particular questions now.
No, we'll keep questions to the end, but if people do have any questions, please pop them in the Q&A. That's great. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Great.
I'd now like to welcome Stephen Thorpe from the Geospatial Commission, who's going to give us an update on NUAR and even explain what that means. Stephen, if you're there.
Hi there.
Great stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for the introduction. Yep. So I'm Stephen Thorpe from the Geospatial Commission, and we sit in the Cabinet Office. I'm just about to share. Hopefully you should be able to see that. So yeah, so in about 2018, I'll just check. Rob, can you see the presentation now?
Yes, we can. Yep, carry on.
Yeah, brilliant. So in 2018, the Geospatial Commission was started after a cross-Whitehall study on how best to use location data. And in June 2020, Geospatial Strategy for the Commission was published, and that's a 5-year strategy. And essentially, unlocking the power of location covers everything quite neatly. These slides will be available afterwards as a PDF, so don't worry if you don't absorb everything on them as I'm speaking. I've got a fair amount to get through, so there will be a bit of a whiz through. As you can see, there was 9 location data opportunities which were identified, which the Geospatial Commission is focusing on. And the National Underground Asset Register really hits those, and it's primarily on the side under Mission 2, that improving access to better location data where NUAR is nestled. The strategic case for NUAR, it seems fairly obvious to all those involved. It's something that asset owners were very keen to be involved in and support. And there's a couple of mind-boggling figures on the slide for you there about how much buried pipes cables are in the UK and how much they're dug up throughout the year, and how many then unintentional strikes and what that essentially costs as a cumulative effect to the UK economy. And of those, possibly over 700 asset owners, we identified a significant gap where geolocation data could be exploited for the good of the taxpayer. This was the business as usual process. If you wanted to do some digging somewhere, you would put a call out for anyone in the local area who potentially had assets, and you would receive these paper map packs. And that could be up to 40, 50 asset owners in the area. Very time consuming. Obviously, you had to go through a third-party agent sometimes, and that is not really a very efficient process. And then when you even get the map packs, you then have to mark it up on the ground. And as you can see, if you understand that, fair play. And yeah, you've got a lucrative career in construction and digging up the roads ahead of you. This wasn't something which was particularly invisible. I won't dwell on the news story, but if you've ever been sitting in traffic or been held up by a burst water main due to someone digging through, this is something which affects everyone. And pointing for the time, if the internet goes down, then that's everyone's world absolutely collapsed. So we want to avoid those things, and a National Underground Asset Register, which I'll come to, is how we look to solve these problems. And just as one for the future, a lot of innovation is going to be forthcoming with trying to achieve net zero by 2050. So things like Dutch style roundabouts where cyclists take priority, etc., are going to be popping up all over the country. And so understanding where things are located exactly underground will help project planners and projects to come in on time and under budget. So what did we do then? We did a pilot that was launched in April 2019 based on the call for evidence. There's a little picture there. You might recognize some of the characters in there if you're familiar with NUAR. But this was in the Stadium of Light in Sunderland, where we got all the key stakeholders together and key members from the Geospatial Commission into the same room and thrashed out what a National Underground Register would look like and what it would take to achieve, and how to achieve that through pilots based in the Northeast and in London. And the Northeast really was off the back of a Northeast Water Festival, which said that utilities were really crying out for a collaborative effort to understand what was in the ground, exactly where it was, and how they could get better access to each other's asset data. So what did the pilots deliver? We got a lot of different data sets, a lot of access and knowledge about what's out there, which then led to a data sharing framework and how to share that data through data distribution agreements. We've developed a harmonized data model which is based on an international best practice standard, and we're going to actually publish a harmonized data model in the near future, which hopefully will then spread across and become best practice across the construction and underground asset industry. The test platform, which I alluded to, which I'll give you a brief snapshot a little bit later. Transformation and ingestion into this test platform from over 30 asset owners. So testing that process, really understanding the hang-ups and what happens when you try to get data into a shared GIS platform. New mapping layers to test those raster data sets, and use case testing on site, and people actually using those in the northeast of the UK and London. So what do we learn? And this is the major plug really, and this is where I see the key reason for me speaking here is the engaged stakeholder community. We only had such success with the pilots because we got the right people in the right place in the right room, and collaboration is key. Relying on those people who are the subject matter experts. They are the people that understand what is required and why, and trying to bring that in, and the discovery and development of this running in parallel to really achieve something which is of benefit to everyone. And then at the start as well, defining the scope and sticking to it. I'm sure you're all aware that projects have a tendency to scope creep, but with a big focus on end user value, we've managed to stay within the scope, and that led to a lot of success on the pilots and going forward. The legal framework, so getting them in as early as possible is absolutely key. This is where there was a similar project trialed in Northern Ireland, and it fell down at the very late stage due to legal data sharing hiccups. So we've engaged very early on the legal work stream, and also adopting a security-minded approach from the start. So that's involving characters from CPNI, from NCSC. So I think the National Cyber Security Centre are down in the detail, in the nitty-gritty, thinking about password, multi-factor authentication, etc. And CPNI is that overarching information management piece, where they're setting us off in the right direction from the start. We check in, and they ensure we're on the right track from the very, very beginning. And they actually now hold up NUAR as an exemplar of how to approach a national project of such a scale, a major project, with a security-minded approach. Another key learning was data is data. There's no need to be coy or ashamed if your data isn't the quality which you would hope it would be. It's about bringing that data, or throwing around terms like data amnesty, and bringing people in and bringing it up to that conformance level, which will allow a successful underground asset register, which will then spill over into other areas for development. So this is a brief snapshot, and I do mean brief. So this is what the prototype looked like. As you can see, just list down the side, toggle on and off. You could draw a polygon of where you wanted to examine where underground assets were. And this was a key function, that you could overlay existing backdrop maps onto it, so you could see in relation to what you'd be used to seeing on a paper map onto this digital platform. And this is where I see the real strength to strength that NUAR can do, is the feedback. So if an asset wasn't exactly where you thought it was, you can tag that asset, feed back in what was wrong, how far away it was, and that then leads to data improvement and data quality and maturity across the board. A couple of quotes from people who were involved in the pilots, just from an efficiency point, and equally important, if not more, a safety perspective. And the benefits from a utility view, you get that single combined view on a iPad or whatever you use in the field. You can view the attributes, you get them earlier, and you're certainly feeling safer from that end user perspective. From a planner's perspective, you don't have to go through that laborious or outsourcing to an agency of bringing all those paper maps into one place. It's all there onto one handy tablet for you, and you can understand the complexity better. In terms of the customers, that's everyone, that's all of us, that's the taxpayer. reduce disruption to your internet, to your sitting in traffic, waiting for a burst water main to be fixed, and also leading to grid innovation. And these are just a summary of the impacts there, which I've covered. And this is what we've operated under, just treating everyone with respect, building trust, and actively collaborating. And I think we look to do that in the future as we go for an operational platform. And these are just some of the partners that we've worked with. And thanks for listening.
Excellent. Stephen, thank you. Very interesting presentation. Lots happening there in that space. That's great. We'll move swiftly on. So thank you, Stephen, but stick around for the Q&A afterwards. And audience, if you've got questions, please submit them on the Q&A. Gary's going to give us a view from Dorset, the Rural Challenge.
Yeah.
And Gary, over to you.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon.
We can see your screen.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks for the lovely. Thanks, Rob. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gary Littledyke. I work in the digital place team at Dorset Council. One of the project managers on the 5G Rural Dorset project. Sorry, I was having a job there moving my slide on. So 5G Rural Dorset is a DCMS Rural Connected Communities Testbed and Trials project. Total spend is about £8 million, with about 5 million of that coming from DCMS, the rest being funded by partners. The consortium is led by Dorset Council and includes local, national and international partners. And we have a strap line here that if we can do it here, we can do it anywhere. So why rural Dorset? Well, it's one of the UK's most protected landscapes, as many of you will know. And we've got a number of challenges. So connectivity is a real issue for us. So there are no motorways in Dorset, which makes digital connectivity even more important. And of course, COVID-19 has highlighted the digital divide. The challenge with demands of home working and homeschooling has brought to many of us. It restricts our economy. Productivity in rural Dorset is far lower than the UK average. Poor digital connectivity contributes an estimated £280 million a year to the gap. Our demographic is an older population, and social care surprisingly accounts for over 50% of Dorset Council spend each year. And many of you will know that tourism is our biggest industry, so technology can help us address many of the issues that we can face here. I mentioned a number of partners there in the consortium. You can see them there. I'm not going to go through them all one by one. I'm just going to very briefly talk about 4 testbed areas within the project. So we've got a future of food element led by Wessex Internet, an innovation accelerator at the Dorset Innovation Park at Winfrith, a rural accelerator on the Lulworth Estate, which has been led by Vodafone, and a connected coast work package being led by our friends at Accelerate. So why is all this relevant to what we're talking about assets? Well, I mean, over on the orange box there on the right, I guess worth mentioning some of the challenges that we face in a rural environment. So planning is a problem I mentioned there. You know, you've got AONBs and triple SIs literally all over the place down here in rural Dorset. And so planning consent is a real challenge. A proposed site can be much further away in a rural area like Dorset from access to power and indeed to backhaul. And so the cost and the time to roll out new infrastructure can be significant and a barrier to operators building new infrastructure. And so the asset reuse is a real help in all of these areas, actually. Clearly, power and backhaul, if you've already got existing infrastructure that's got power and backhaul, that makes that much simpler. And again, with planning, if you're looking at adding technology to existing infrastructure, that becomes much easier as well. I was interested to listen to the earlier presentations and how what we're doing here in Dorset with the Asset Hub is addressing some of these issues. So we're very conscious as a local authority that we can be requested to provide information. And so we were looking for a single solution as part of the test bed that we're doing here in Dorset to look at how we could make the information about assets available to partners. And we're working with NGIS to deliver the Asset Hub, which is an open access platform built on open data principles to help us to address some of these issues in Dorset. A couple of screenshots here that give you an idea of the kind of level of information you can see on the Asset Hub. Lots of Dorset Council owned assets have been included here, along with assets from some of our partners to allow us to start to look at what can be done with the portal. I think it's important to say actually here before I move on that this is an end-to-end solution. So it's not just about identifying underground assets. It's also identifying buildings, masts, the whole range of assets, but also allowing people to understand where assets of interest might be, but then raise an inquiry on the owner of that asset, get a quotation through the system, and even go to the point where you can contract with a supplier through the system in an end-to-end solution, as I say. So helping to manage the cost, but also bring the timescales down for making this possible. Within the team I work in, we're responsible. I mean, I work in the mobile connectivity part of the team, but we've got another part of the team looking at Project Gigabit and fixed connectivity. We're starting to see some real benefits from the work we're doing with NGIS on the Asset Hub, in that there's a lot of interest in Dorset now in making use of the tool to help reduce timescales and costs, as I've mentioned. So there is a Weymouth Relief Road has some ducting already in place, and this is now being used by the project to start to look at how we can use the tool more effectively in Dorset. So in summary, it's a map-based interface. It's very simple to use. It allows us the opportunity maybe to generate some revenue, some of the assets owned by the local authority. I've mentioned many of these other things about the fact that it's open. And we've got a good relationship with operators who, whilst they're concerned about sharing confidential information, the way that the platform is structured means that the access can be limited to those that need to see the information. Those that perhaps commercially aren't permitted to see the information can get a view of where stuff is without necessarily seeing anything that's commercial. So very conscious of the time, just, I mean, there's this reference here to BD UK wholesale access requirements. In a way, the Asset Hub actually is our solution to this. It gives us the ability to easily manage and make available information about the assets that we've got. And it helps us to work more transparently and progressively with partners to deliver infrastructure. I've counted through that fairly quickly. I am happy, Rob, to take any questions now, but I think you'd rather leave them till the end, wouldn't you?
Gary, someone as well. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Gary, thank you. We'll catch up with you in a bit on the Q&A. We've now got, I'm delighted to say, Jamie Potter from Network Rail Telecom up to talk about telecom rail assets. Something very close to my heart, as many of you will know. I did spend a great deal of time at Network Rail Telecom looking at the assets and commercializing. Jamie's going to give us an update on this, so it should be interesting. Jamie, if you're there.
So hopefully you'll be able to see a nice picture of a mast to give you some quick overview of what we actually are with the unknown national telecoms provider. Over 180 years of providing telecommunication services to the railway. And we're the third largest telecoms operator in the UK by assets and reach. But therefore, we don't necessarily shout about that, and possibly we should do. And what I wanted to do this afternoon is just give you a quick canter through who we are, what we do, and to give you an information that's sort of size of the business we are. And there's some numbers and figures there that are not insignificant and that do demonstrate that actually Network Rail Telecom has quite a significant part to play in telecoms. And actually the key for us within Network Rail Telecom is how do we make ourselves a bit more relevant to the other people that are on this conference today, and whether or not we can help support people on the conference today and the wider UK ambitions. So first I want to sort of go into TransPennine. So the TransPennine initiative was a DCMS funded project It demonstrated how we utilise the rail corridor to deliver fibre connectivity, and this bill was between Manchester and York, going through Leeds. It's 116 kilometres of new fibre, covering such wonderful places as York, Huddersfield, Leeds, Slough and Allskelth, amongst others. And it's given us the ability to try and test out what we can do with the railway and how the railway could support. And actually it's led to the introduction of a new selection of services that are available from Network Rail, called our Trackside Connect services. So our Trackside Connect services are effectively how the railway can support others who are not of the railway family, with the provision of things like access to dark fibre, and how we utilise existing railway assets to be able to support all the ambitions of other people in the world to be able to do more stuff. So at the moment we started afresh with dark fibre services, and then we're moving into the delivery of wavelength, and then hopefully within the next few months we'll also be able to deliver Ethernet services as well off that particular corridor run. And this is a bit of a pathfinder for Network Rail. This is about how we actually demonstrate to the wider world, but also importantly to the 43,000 people that work in Network Rail, that actually that the railway plays a part in supporting other connectivity solutions around the UK. So just a very quick blast through what Trackside Connect services are. Some figures and some numbers there, but as I said, the key is that we are now able to deliver access to dark fibre services, and we're now able to deliver access to wavelength services, particularly between the data centre locations that we have on TransPennine. And this is, again, just to go back a slight step, this is about a learning piece for Network Rail, learning how we can be better suited to deliver access to better services, learning how we can be better at working with the wider telecoms industry and wider telecoms family, so that we can play an important part in delivering access to services. And that's sort of been a bit of a precursor to where I think we probably are right now, which is asset and infrastructure reuse, and how we look to take it a step further. The railway has approximately 2,500 masts, ranging from 10 metres up to 30 metres. The railway also has approximately 19,500 kilometres of standard operational rail fibre. Right at the start of the asset reuse work we've done, which was about 12 months ago, we got a statement from all our routes and regions that there was zero capacity to utilise fibre on the railway. And actually that we found, sort of drilling into that, what did that really mean? Well, actually it really means that we've reserved fibres, but we're not actually using them. So part of our work now is how do we unlock that existing fibre so that actually we can allow further use, so we can extend all the learning that we've had from Trackside Connect and TransPennine into the rest of the UK. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be delivering huge amounts of fibre capacity across the whole of the railway, but it does mean that we'll be able to hopefully support wider full fibre builds, access to other services, to be able to support everybody on this call and lots of other people that are doing things around the UK into delivering new opportunities. So this also brings me into the future of connectivity across the railway, and there are 4 direct, real big things. A few of them are operational, like corporate and trackside connectivity, but actually there's 2 big circles that are really important to you as a traveller, as a customer, and also as an industry, and that's station connectivity. Can we turn stations into connected hubs that allow for network architecture so that we can deliver access to fibre at each station for onward builds? And also that then therefore supports community connectivity. And how, again, do we utilise existing assets and perhaps build out future assets to deploy? Now, again, going back to referencing TransPennine, the one thing that TransPennine has done, one of the big things that TransPennine has done, is shaken up the standards within Network Rail. The standards in Network Rail were traditionally that we deployed 24 core fibre for operational rail purposes. We're now changing those standards, so actually whenever new fibre is deployed along the railway, it will be deploying a high count minimum 432 core fibre, which automatically gives significant amount of capacity to be able to support other activities such as community connectivity. We're also really, really keen to understand how the use of existing assets can support mobile phone coverage on the rail corridor. And that's not just about provision of fibre, but also about how we deploy our mast assets. How do we utilise mast assets to be able to support enhanced connectivity solutions? And again, although this talks about mobile phone coverage, there's also an argument to suggest that therefore supports possibly fixed wireless builds, because if we've got a standard that allows us to deploy new antennas onto existing masts on the rail corridor, then that same standard can apply for fixed wireless networks and actually utilize for fixed wireless backhaul, for example. And again, just finally wrapping up on the future of network rail telecom activity, what are we going to look forward to? Well, again, as I said, it's about having asset reuse as a default position, making sure that we can utilize our assets as best as we can to support the wider government objectives. As I'm sure everyone on the conference today is well aware, movement and passenger numbers on the rail corridor are significantly down from where they used to be. And actually now it's about how we try and do this bigger and better, and how we try and utilize more of our services. We also need to demonstrate that we can be open for business. Historically, the railway has been very difficult to deal with. We've always been the people who say no more often than we say yes. And actually, it's trying to shift that and trying to make the railway easier to be able to support fibre connectivity, fibre usage, access, and support other means of connectivity. We've also got some other important things like the future rail communication services, which is very much going to be reliant on 4G, 5G, maybe millimeter wave technology to be able to deliver better and future-proof track-to-train connectivity solutions and communications. And then, but one of the things that's really key to my heart as well is actually delivering a better customer experience. As again, I reference, the railway's been very quick and always to say no. Actually, we need to be a little bit more, or a lot more customer focused. So actually, to work with industry colleagues like yourselves, actually, we need to be able to demonstrate that Network Rail and the 43,000 people that work within Network Rail are there to support and help you achieve your ambitions, as well as helping making sure that we deliver the appropriate rail infrastructure for the UK. And just to wrap up, there's my details, and we have a couple of information emails as well there. I'm very happy for you to ping us to see what's possible and how the railway can better support you going forward. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Jamie. Really interesting slide deck. Thank you, and some great changes coming. Now it's time for a Q&A. Remarkably, we are almost back to being on time, which I'm slightly staggered about, but pleased nonetheless. So Lucy, if you can bring back the previous speakers, so Grace, Stephen, Gary, and indeed James. Audience, if you'd like to submit any questions, we've already got a few of them trickling through, so we'll cover those. I think James and I will moderate and perhaps take one each as we go through. I think we've got everybody back now, so that's good. So first up, top of the list, question from Tim Fiber. Question for Grace, this one. So the DCMS response for the ATI call for evidence, are you able to provide an estimate of when that's going to be published?
Yeah, so we don't have an exact date at the moment, but we're looking to get something out in the summer. I think we're by July, ideally, but I can let people know if once we have a better date.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Jamie, question for you from Tim, which is a really very nice question. I quite like this one. Have you considered providing duct access in competition with OpenReach PIA? I mean, OpenReach PIA has made a sort of transformational difference to the way operators are looking to build out their networks. And if you look at the sort of the railway infrastructure, which I have from time to time, when you start looking at places in Scotland and even North Wales, basically only the railway goes there. There's hardly any other good way of doing it. So yeah, go on. How can we encourage you to compete with PIA?
That's a great question, Tim. How do we encourage the railway to open up access to ducting? Probably need somebody in DFT to make it happen. So I'm not trying to dodge that question, but actually the default position, as I said in my presentation, is the railway says no. And the railway says no because it's very, very safety conscious and it's very, very protective of its assets. And the nature position is that there is a nervousness that anybody sharing duct access, things like that, may break something. Now,
yes,
actually,
the railway industry is noted for its fragility. Yes, yeah.
Absolutely. And the problem is, James, that actually, where in 90% of ducts, we've probably got a great deal of space and robustness. In the another 10%, we've probably got 1930s rubber signaling, possibly. And actually, there is a degree of modernisation of our assets, and if modernisation of our assets occurs, I think there'll be a potential to do that. But again, going back to what I said in my presentation, actually, this is about changing the way the railway focuses itself and the way the railway views its assets. There is a view that actually, why should the railway be looking to help support connectivity across the whole of the UK? Well, actually, the answer to that is that we cost the government a hell of a lot of money each day at the moment. For not a lot of returns, and therefore if we can do anything we can to help support other government policies, we should be looking to do that. So as much as I cannot necessarily promise open access to ducts, I can reassure you that it will be looked at, and we will be pushing that very forcefully to enable other people to be able to access, because I see it as well as you do, James.
I think one of the issues, Jamie, is around access. As people may well be aware, it's one thing having Network Rail Telecoms fibre in the troughing, or the ducts, if you want to call it that, and Network Rail being responsible for maintaining those assets, but allowing multiple third parties to have different sets of assets along the railway corridor is kind of a recipe for not quite disaster, but certainly difficulty in accessing those assets and maintaining them to the SLAs that are required. So I think from my perspective, I think it's coming, but it's going to be a slow journey, just to make sure it's all done correctly and safely. Yeah.
Absolutely. And what I would never want to do is to be able to position Network Rail and Network Rail Telecoms assets as being a solution and part of the mix for supporting Project Gigabit and the ambitions across the UK, and then suddenly find on day one we allow access and suddenly nobody can get access to that because it's not critical to the railway.
And I just made the realization that we've made the mistake of leaving both Rob and Jamie in the same virtual room talking about Network Rail Telecom. So we're going to move on.
Moving on.
Stephen, question from you. Yeah, new art development looks very useful. Has there been any consideration to extract integration with third-party GIS? I've got a kind of twist on that as well. You were talking about there being almost like verification of where the assets are against that. That leads to actual complications, doesn't it? Because what I've noticed in using GIS, there's a lot of inaccuracy in the overlay maps. Now, it's the overlay maps that effectively people will be referencing back to. Any thought to how that is going to really happen?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. I don't think I'll have a definitive answer, but certainly the best thinking at the moment when we go to develop the operational platform is that the new R platform itself will become the source of truth. So there will still be all the safety mechanisms that you still I think it's ISO 247 or something like that, or HSG, health and safety to dig, or something like that with a long numbers listed after it, where you will still have to follow all those procedures on site. What NUR will do will just remove all that bureaucracy that you get up to the point where you're going to put your shovel into the ground. In terms of them becoming the source of truth, that's when you're getting towards the next generation behavioral change, where people are on site with the tablet and you can absolutely rely on the information there because it's got a weight of feedback and iteration behind it, where the behavior on the construction site has changed as a result of NUR. But that is next step in the future. So sorry to kick that into the long grass, but I don't have a definitive answer for that one right now.
Okay. No, I guess definitive answers are going to be in short supply in a lot of all this, because they're looking at the most recent developments. One quick question on that from Charlie Ruddy. Basically, will everyone get access to the platform? And I guess the answer to that kind of has to be no, doesn't it? But how do you decide who does and who doesn't get access to it?
It will be recognised asset owners. in the initial, so we'll be doing a regional rollout at first, so developing that minimum viable product region by region. I don't know the regions yet, so in case anyone's wanting to ask that question.
I like the idea of heading questions off even before they're asked.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm asking those myself. Yeah, it's so we will look to then develop. I think in terms of future use cases, that is definitely an option. Whether or not Joe Bloggs from the corner of his street who wants to build something on his land or her land wants to then request access, that may be something for a future use case, but certainly at the start for the MVP, it envisages asset owners, and that really, if I refer back to the legal work stream, it's already enough of a headache, if that's the right words to use, to understand all the liabilities and the data sharing agreement, and that's just between recognized industry asset owners. So I think for the moment, that's enough of a challenge without opening it up to everyone at this stage. And I think certainly the benefits for now are for recognized asset owners.
Okay. Any more questions?
Cool. There's another one for NRT, which has popped up. This one from Jeremy Gray, Fourth Utility. Does NRT offer an existing wholesale open access model with NNI capabilities regionally or nationally that is easy to access commercially and technically? I'm guessing this is going to be initially restricted to TransPennine.
Exactly, Rob. Yeah. I mean, I can answer yes if it's between Manchester and York via Leeds. And I would actually like to say that we are going to build on that. So hopefully probably this time next year, that model is available across the majority of the UK. And that really depends though on how our expansions go with expansion of fibre and unlocking capacity. One of the key drivers for the whole programme was making it easy, and that's a key word there, Jeremy, because the railway's never been easy to do business with. And hopefully that the outcome and some of the lessons picked up from TransPennine will make sure that we are delivering something that's a lot easier. So in answer to the question, yes, if it's Manchester to York today, and then sometime in the next 12 to 18 months, I guess, for the rest of the UK.
Good stuff. Thanks. I think there's a follow-up question, probably for Stephen, that just talks about recognised asset owners. I think that's one for you, Stephen. Is that all about operators with code powers and built network, or is it something else still to be defined?
I think that's anyone at the moment. If you've received a request, if you have something in the ground and it's in the ground, you are an asset owner. So if you've received requests currently for someone who has an intention to dig, you are an asset owner, or you know that you have something in the ground. You are. I did see another question about ATI. Did I answer that, or did I think it was
I hope so, because someone's removed it.
Okay.
There is a question there about.
I think the question was.
Is there a link? Was it?
Yeah. I think it was
between ATI and NUR.
I think yes, absolutely was my answer to that. I saw that question, and and I think it's under the data sharing and encouraging access to infrastructure bit that ATI had. And I think, as I keep referring to the feedback and everything, I think the main concern, I think he raised it in this question as well, was where all the passive infrastructure actually is. And NUR does offer up a neat solution to when people do digging and they find something is not necessarily active, and they can register that as passive infrastructure, and that opens up, I think, what Tim was referring to there.
I doubt as well that when we ran the call for evidence, that came back as a major concern for industry, that actually having that information up front rather than going to each individual provider to try and get that information and going through that back and forth would cut down timescales significantly. And I think we've been in touch with the Geospatial Commission because NUR is definitely an opportunity here. Although obviously the first aim of that is to avoid accidental strike. But yeah, I think there's a lot of interest from across government in that database when it gets up and running.
And I think that avoiding accidental strike was one of the questions behind that, who can use it, because obviously you're still in the game of wanting to avoid accidental strike even before you've got your asset in the ground. So those with code powers who are going to be out there digging holes, they are the ones that have the need to use it, I would guess.
Very good point.
Okay. Gary, I'm just conscious you haven't been asked any questions. Sorry. Have you got any comments you'd like to make?
No apology necessary, Rob.
That's all right. I'm afraid we were distracted by
that.
trying to find Jamie at the time you were doing your presentation.
That's fine.
There is a question, actually. Sorry, just popped up. I think it's for you, Gary. Let me read it. My screen is flickering really badly, so I'm having trouble reading the text. Has there been any data sharing of assets identified and mapped in Dorset with NUAR? Interesting. Are other gov.uk asset mapping funded programs being aligned to ensure accuracy of data and to prevent duplication? There's a load.
I mean, I would say currently no. However, we're at the very early stages of having the portal available to us. And we are in discussions with our friends at DCMS who are running the project about collaboration with other projects. And, you will all know there's an ongoing piece of work at DCMS around this mapping of assets. So we're being encouraged to reach out and work with others to understand how we can share some of the lessons learned from what we've done and equally learn from what others are doing.
Thank you, Gary. I think we're more or less there, actually. And I think, James, unless you've got any further comments, it's probably time to go to a networking break.
That was my comment.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're all refreshed. You've got enough caffeine, sugar, tea in your bloodstream, and you're raring to go. We've got 2 more sessions to go. So the next one is an area that's quite close to my heart, really, and arguably I think is one of the most important investments an operator can make. And this is the systems that help to manage the infrastructure that you're putting in place. We heard earlier about the ePlanner from Comscope and the GIS FTTP design systems for digital twin from DigPro. And now we move on to the operational side of things as we take a look at automation, provisioning and monitoring. So first up, I'd like to welcome Johan from NetAdmin on digitizing the customer journey. So Johan, join me.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Johan Hjalmarsson. I'm a product manager at NetAdmin Systems, and I will talk about the digitizing the customer journey. So currently, we see a lot of focus on land grab in the UK at the moment. So everyone struggled to build and roll out as much fiber as possible in a short time frame. Focus is on network planning activities, and after that, there will be a phase of selling to new customers on the network. And here, focus is naturally on selling activities. But after that, you need to onboard the customers and manage them. And are the altnets really ready for that phase? And what comes after that? Can the altnets offer a digitized customer journey? And what about the customer experience? And what is a good digitized customer journey? In the next slide, I will talk about the customer journey and also try to widen the perspectives on what comes after the network planning and the customer sales activities. So this is a typical customer journey. The upper part is the customer perspective and the lower part is the fiber operator perspective. And we will go through this journey from left to right. So the first step would consist of an availability check. So can I get fiber and what services can I get? The second step could be that you register interest if no fiber is available at the moment. And the third step might be a rollout decision. The fourth step would be to initiate marketing activities, sending out information to all of those who registered for interest, and making sure everyone knows that you will come to their area. The fifth step could then be for the customer to choose from different product offerings, and then including campaigns, bundles, add-ons, and more. The sixth step would be that the customer places the order and accepts terms and conditions. And this step could also include setting up direct debit mandate and maybe choose a time for installation based on available time slots. Step number 7 would be that the operator schedule and complete the installation and activates the ordered services. This should be as close to zero-touch provisioning as possible. And please note that the installers need to carry out their work efficiently and quality assured. And typical steps would be to speed test, maybe verify the signal values, and verify the link between the installed ONT or CPE and the address premises information. And step number 8 would be to send some welcome messages. And this can be sent after a successful installation has been carried out and when the order has been handled. And step number 9 would be to proactively ensure customer experience. You should monitor your network so that you know if anything happens that is a service affecting and proactively solve any issues. Step number 10 would be to bill the customer with a correct bill and at the right time. And step number 11 would be that the customer view bills, manage services, and get support using some sort of self-service. So this would be one way of describing the customer journey. And the trick here is to visualize and manage the whole journey. And for example, not just focus on the initial part, CRM and network planning systems, to cover that initial phase. The proportion of sales and marketing and network planning activities will get smaller in total once you grow to bigger numbers. So put yourself in the customer situation and thereby being able to offer a great digitized customer journey. When you have this in place, I think then you are ready for onboarding of customers onto your new network. It is worth mentioning that when you grow to bigger numbers of customers, this journey doesn't really end. You will need to have the tools in place to manage upgrades, moves, questions, troubleshooting, subscription transfers, maintenance, and perhaps even wholesale, and much more. So, and this emphasizes the importance of taking the right decisions when it comes to software systems. The decisions that you will take today are decisions that you will live with perhaps 5 to 10 plus years ahead. So thanks a lot for the attention. I will now end this part of the presentation and I will continue with describing which company I represent and what we do. So we are NetAdmin Systems. We currently have 7 customers in the UK. In total, we have 75 plus deployments in 15 plus countries. We have helped small and big operators to scale using software to offer a digitized customer journey with great customer experience. We also have a long history with working with both vertical and wholesale business models. Thank you.
Great stuff, thank you. And hopefully people will ask questions later or come to you later at the networking session. I'd now like to bring on Lloyd Warren and Michael Armitage to talk about automation and Broadway partners, Packetfront. So Lloyd and Michael, if you're there, please join.
Yep, hi.
We don't actually have a Q&A planned for this session, but do go and speak to the people in the network.
Okay, that's fine.
Lloyd and Michael.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lloyd Warren. I'm an account director for Packetfront software. And what I am going to do this afternoon is give you a very quick overview of Packetfront, who we are and what we do. And then I'm going to hand over to my glamorous assistant on this occasion, Mr. Michael Armitage, who, if you don't know Michael, is the founding director for founding director of Broadway Broadband, who are our newest partner in the UK. So I'm very, very pleased about that. I'm very pleased that Michael has decided to put his faith in Packetfront. After I've done that, I am going to hand over to Mr. Armitage, and he's going to give you an overview of why he chose Packetfront. What was their drivers? What were the issues that made Packetfront a better bet than all of our competitors? And I personally, all joking aside, like to thank you, Michael, for actually taking the time and the trouble to come and do this with me today, because I think it's a really compelling for the audience to see a business that has actually taken the plunge and partnered with Packetfront. So thank you very much for that. I'm now going to attempt to share my slides. Hold on. So yeah, as I say, this is around the partnership between Broadway and Packetfront. So I'm going to give you a quick overview. Who are we? Who are Packetfront? Well, we were founded 20 years ago in Stockholm. We are a software company focusing on delivering value and excellence solutions to altnets and carriers. Now, I am very much the newbie. I joined Packetfront in November, but a number of my colleagues have been with Packetfront, if not since day one, certainly for a substantial period of time. Now, what this does is give us an immense wealth of experience and knowledge around the carriers and the altnets. So if we do have any issues, if any problems flagged up, someone within the organization has normally experienced that before. So we can come to a very quick and satisfactory resolution, which is very nice, obviously. We were obviously based in the Nordics. Now we've spread out to 20 plus countries with over 100 customers. Now, a few of those from the UK that you might well be aware of. We work with Gamma, Velocity One, and Virtual One. Virtual One is a really interesting case because they liked what we did so much, they actually brought the company, which I think is quite a compelling a compelling feather in our cap, which has been great. Right, that's who we are. What do we do? So within our product portfolio, we have 3 products. We have BEX, BBE, and our customer portal. BEX is our network orchestrator. It allows you to do zero-touch hardware configuration, end-to-end service provisioning, and is a true multi-vendor solution. So i.e., we do not care which hardware you're running at the moment or whose hardware you probably are going to run in the future. Next is BBE, which is our BSS and CRM system. This allows you to deliver products, services, campaigns to your customer base. BBE will support both wholesale and vertical models. So whether they are your services and products or whether they come from a third-party service provider, BBE has the flexibility to deal with that. Just to let you know as well, that if you're aware of the Scandinavian market, most of it is around the wholesale model. So we have a lot of skills and knowledge, expertise in that area. Our final product realistically does what it says on the tin. It's our customer portal. It allows your customers to order and provision all those services and products that they wish to do from you. So that's realistically what I wanted to do. I wanted to say who we are, what we do, but now most importantly, I want to hand over to my my assistant on this occasion, Michael, who's going to give an overview of why it was Packet Front over and above our competition that Broadway chose to partner with. So Michael, over to you.
Thanks very much, my able magician
Thank you
boss.
very much. Very good of you to say. I think we make a very good pair.
Thanks very much for the intro and for the platform, and thanks to Rob and INCA for organising the event, which has just been, you know, seamless so far.
Yeah, here.
Frictionless webinar. So I'm here to tell the story of us and Packet Front. But for those of you who don't know Broadway, we started life commercially as a wireless ISP back in 2016. We were the first to use TV white space. It didn't get us very far, but it was a good start. We were a WISP at that point, a wireless ISP. A couple of years ago, we pivoted, which I think is the name for it these days. Instead of just changing strategy, we pivoted, much more interesting, into fiber, and we're now predominantly a fiber ISP. So we're a FISP. But I think personally, I think the industry needs a new acronym. So you know, WISP and a FISP doesn't really cut it with me. So I think I'm going to introduce for the first time. This will be the first time you've heard this, the taser concept. And I would like to think that we are going to be the taser for the industry. We are technology agnostic, zero emission resource for digital, and that's our mission in life, is to be low touch, zero emission, very highly flexible, very adaptive, and frankly looking to knock out the competition.
I've often thought, Michael, that
yes.
what we really need is just one more acronym.
Well, you know, there are acronyms and acronyms, but I'm really pleased with that one. So you heard it here first. Okay, so our journey as an ISP of whatever flavour has been a very typical one. I mean, we started small. We were bootstrapping it. We went to friends and family to finance. We went to outside investors, and we're now in the middle of a fairly substantial fundraising exercise. So it's been a very typical journey, and I think, like most other ISPs have grown from zero, you know, we've been heavily dependent on Excel spreadsheets to run our business, and you know, we've all had that experience of trying to manage the massively complex processes of network operations, network orchestration, CRM, billing, the whole works. And it's a high. I mean, I don't need to tell the audience here. It's a high-touch business. If you're working off a spreadsheet, you're not only working off inconsistent data, but highly volatile data with massive silo inefficiencies built in. So, I mean, in answer to the question why automate, it's sort of answered in its own questioning. And actually, Johan from NetAdmin made a very good case for, and indeed at previous speakers for the you know, the very, very profound need to scale the business. We're all looking at 100,000 to 1 million type targets, if not more. And you know, while you can get away with a spreadsheet to support a few hundred or a few thousand, clearly scale in the imperative takes over. But it's not just about scale. It's not just about avoiding having to hire armies of people to manage your operations, but it's about the consistency of delivery of the service. It's about the SLAs for both retail and wholesale, impossible to manage in a dynamic market in which we're operating on anything other than a shared platform basis. It's about control of your business. You know, if anybody's going through or has gone through an investor funding round, you know how important it is to have good metrics to demonstrate your return on investment. And if you don't know what your operations are doing and what your field people are committing the organization to, if you can't track variances and delivery formats and processes, you're on a hiding to nothing. So if you want to become frictionless, you're going to have to invest in the platform that delivers that. And why now? Well, it's essentially, I mean, why have we made the decision to go with Packet Front now rather than, you know, sometime in come or sometime in the future? Well, obviously the imperative of scale. We are growing very rapidly, and you know, the longer we leave it, the more of a transitional challenge we've got to migrate the legacy systems onto new ones. So the clock is ticking on that side. But you know, we have been looking at this patch, and indeed people in INCA have been looking at the whole business of BSS OSS integration and development of wholesale service platforms, service aggregation platforms, which I think we'll be talking about later. But we've been looking at this for years. I mean, there has been, people who will remember very early conversations with Adrian Worcester and others, and I was having conversations with Jonas Bergersen at Via Europa probably in the early tens or early teens, whatever they're called. So this issue has been around for a long time, but it's only now I think that the system's capability is getting to the point where it's essentially out of the box, and that's a really critical consideration. We've got enough on our plates running these businesses in terms of complexity without having to become systems integrators and coders in our own right. So I think the time is now in terms of the capabilities of the software industry. But also from the demand side, it's very clear to me that there's very strong and very positive regulatory pressure to deliver a consistent wholesale service. I mean, obviously that's a clear mandate from Ofcom and from DCMS, but there's also a very clear commercial pressure to do this. I mean, we scan the horizons in South and Mid Wales and just see a desert of digitalization. There's a complete paucity of competitive fibre availability in the backhaul and the mid-haul, and it's a massive opportunity. We're beginning to test that opportunity in Monmouthshire with our own wholesale overlay network, and we fully expect to extend that wholesale network across the whole of South Mid and ultimately North Wales, as well as in Scotland. So to be able to support that ambition, you need robust systems in place. So why Packet Front? Very finally, to wrap up, because they've been doing it for a long time. 20 years is a pretty impressive track record in this space. The Swedes know what they're doing in this environment, and they've got the track record in terms of both retail and wholesale and multiple operator experience. But I think it comes down to a couple more things as well. It's the end-to-end solution which is critical. We don't have the time to get into, as I say, to get into systems integration. We need a solution in a box type. We don't want to be dealing with the difficulty of writing code. I mean, it's not my skill, that's for sure, and it's not a skill that we need to be investing in significantly. What else do I like about, or do we like about Packet Front? Well, I like the payment model. It's essentially pay as you grow. You grow your payments with your customer base. It's not a big upfront commitment. It's a relatively painless transition. Ultimately, though, and this is direct personal experience. These guys are just really, really easy to deal with. They're super responsive, and very accessible and very available and very responsive to needs. So, I don't know. The time is right. The time is now, and I think we've chosen a great partner in helping us deliver that BSS OSS solution, and really looking forward to working with them for the next 20 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Before you go off into any further sales pitches, we're going to.
I love it.
Anyway.
Thank you very much, both. We need to move on to the next presenter now. So we've got Espen Christensen.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Espen Christensen. I am working for Eltec as a product manager for applications, and I'm going to give you a short introduction to how we see, say, preventive maintenance in telecom power systems, and of course tie it to one of our systems, multi-site monitor. For those of you who don't know Eltec, we have a history of about 50 years supplying power supplies and power solutions to various industries. Telecom operators are our largest supply, so that's why the focus on telecom power systems. Okay, so basically what we see in our typical customers is that they have a lot of different sites, a lot of different types of sites, everything from base stations to data centers to small pico cells, which all have power solutions that require battery backup to sustain power outage and to deliver the service that they are meant to. And of course, in an environment like that, it's critical that everything is working as expected in terms of battery health. Will they actually pick up the load when the grid power is disappearing? And so this is the key question here. So what we are targeting with multi-site monitor and with the focus on preventive maintenance is to be able to switch from let's say chasing alarms, doing reactive work, to be more on the preventive side, to be in a real managing position. Often with a large network of sites, you have the suspicion that, okay, things are working either as they should, or we might have a problem there, but what do you have to document that? If you can focus on preventive maintenance, you should have the tools to be more proactive and be able to identify issues that affect your performance. So, for instance, what are the real bottlenecks in my systems? Do I have any overinvestments, which is just as important? Can I actually scale down some of my systems? For systems where you have a genset backup, you might want to focus on how am I using the diesel, both in terms of energy efficientness, green power, and so on. And also, can I compare my sites or groups of sites to see where I am seeing underperformance and where I have good performance? And of course, with battery backup solutions, the possibility to have an early warning for batteries not meeting their performance in advance, that is something that's very valuable. So, as an operator, you would like to select tools that will help you manage your assets and maximize your return on investment. So you want to detect potential issues before they occur, focus on the key investments and performance drivers. In many cases with our customers, we see that as the batteries themselves, they have a finite lifetime and they need to have specified performance. Then you might have other KPIs that can be visualized and documented to let you follow up on what your systems are actually doing, how is the whole network of systems performing. And then you might want to do further analysis, so you want the data to be able to do that. And basically that's why we are developing and providing multi-site monitor. It's a product that has been in the market for about 5 years. It's available for many clients. We have, I don't know exactly how many sites and how many customers we have provided, but it's an established tool in the market. So it collects data from telecom sites and the power systems in telecom sites, anywhere where you have a networked site. And then it uses that data, analyzes it, and gives you the feedback you need to be able to act on whatever is the state in your system. One issue that can save a lot of money is if you can use the tool to reduce site visits, especially in rural areas where you have long distances between installations and perhaps it's not as easy to get to as you would want to. then getting the number of sites visits down to a minimum is actually something that saves a lot of money. So that is something that a lot of customers are using multi-site monitors to achieve. Also, to optimize the performance of your power solutions in the network is important, and identify what the let's say underperforming sites are. What is the problem? Do you have grid problems in some areas that you need to address with a power supply operator or whatever? And of course, then different customers have different sizes, different needs, and multi-site monitor is a tool that can be started at a very, let's say, low entry level and can be scaled as the requirements grow on the customer side. Okay, so just a couple of examples at the end of how you could use multi-site monitor to optimize your performance in the power system. So a lot of our customers are using hybrid sites with both diesel generators, PV power, windmills, and so on. So for instance, if you see over time that you have less power output from the PV panels than you expect, then you might have a problem with shading. Maybe there are some trees that needs to be cut down to give you the maximum energy from the PV panels. Also, when you have an overall picture, you can very easily look at the map and see, okay, these sites are functioning as I expect, but here are some issues, and then you can drill down to that particular site and identify what is the issue there. And you can rank sites and let's say manage the network as required and as gives you the best return on investment. So I think that's it from my side. So thank you for the opportunity to presenting this, and I hope that piqued some interest. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Me too. That's great. Thanks, Espen. Much appreciated.
So we're now going into the session about wholesale. In many ways, this, as Rob said, this is one of the most important sessions there is, because we are, obviously Rob's having problems, we are so keenly interested in what the big CPs think about using the networks and the wholesale access. So we've got David Hoff from TalkTalk. David, if you can switch on your camera and microphone, you should be able to join me. We can. Oh no, there's Rob.
I'm back. I don't know what happened there. Can you hear me?
Never mind, but it happened anyway. We've gone past you. We're getting
on without me.
Getting David on. So yep. If you can, you've got some slides, presumably. Yes.
I have. I'll start sharing them. Afternoon, everybody. David Huff. I work at TalkTalk. I work in the Network Innovation and Strategy team within TalkTalk. Fundamentally, I think everybody knows who TalkTalk are. We know what we do. They also know that obviously we've been working with BT for a long while. A lot of our processes, procedures, the way we operate and everything have been designed in order to optimize the way in which we deliver services from BT. One of the things that people are probably not aware of is that we now have a new strapline that we're trying to work to, which is fibre for everybody. We have sort of taken a massive plunge into delivering fibre, and we are talking about true fibre connectivity for all of our customers. We are actively working with City Fibre, which I think most people are aware based on the sale of Fibre Nation to City Fibre. But probably what people are not aware of is that we are also actively working with a number of altnets to try and fetch those altnets on board as part of our fibre delivery. And alongside that, we have now been working for probably the last 12 months trying to develop an altnet strategy. We fully recognise that from a delivery mechanism, if we want to deliver fibre quickly, if we want to get ahead of the game, if we want to maximise from our point the savings we can generate by not delivering copper, we need to engage with a large body of different people out there in industry to deliver services. That does present a few challenges. And at a high level, we have a conundrum from our point. I mentioned the fact that we have built all of our services, we have built all of our processes, we have built all of our procedures around delivering Openreach products. It's designed to efficiently and effectively deliver that service. It's designed to efficiently and effectively communicate with the customer around how that service operates, how it works, the stages that we've got. So that's a real problem for us. But what we don't want going forward is we don't want another Openreach. So we don't want the constraints that we've got with Openreach in terms of the products. But to deliver an efficient service, we do want an Openreach. And that's a real conundrum we've got. We still need to be able to efficiently deliver service, but we don't want the constraints and the straitjacket that we have with BT. And we also want the competition out there to allow us to effectively generate the best value and deliver the best service for our customers. So it's a real challenge for us going forward. Little bit around what we are. So cons, if we look at things like the APIs that we've currently got with BT, it's complex, it's bloated, it's based upon legacy services, it's based upon old basically specifications that are out there, and it's evolved over a large number of years to deliver a service. There is a very prescriptive set of services. We want the flexibility to be able to maximize the new service sets that are coming along, especially when we look at things like the delivery using XGS-PON, the capability to deliver new services. We want the ability to deliver those across the network. So we want to take on board those as quickly as possible. We also don't want to be constrained by having to replicate the BT service set in order to generically offer a service to our customers. And the last one on there is competition in terms of fibre and the way we deliver. We need that competition in place. And if we stick with the BT and we don't look at going to an altnet and we don't look at alternative services, we're never going to generate that competition that helps us deliver value and helps you actually connect those customers across your networks. Pros around this is it is a single defined interface that we have. It's well defined, it's well documented, it's well tested, it's well proven. All the processes, procedures, and everything else are known. There is a universal set of services, SLAs and KCIs associated with that. We understand them well. We understand the checkpoints, we understand the processes, we understand exactly what we're getting. We have a standard set of commercial terms and conditions. We're not negotiating commercial terms with each individual person. There's a standardized NNI. So when we deliver service, and we've built all our services to work with the BT NNI and how it delivers service, how we actually integrate with BT, at what points in their network we can integrate. And there is a standard set of processes that we work through. It's well known, it's well documented, it's well understood. And that's really where the conundrum comes from. So what we've been looking at is how do we get the best from an altnet, and how do we actually integrate best with an altnet to deliver a wholesale-based service and minimize a lot of the challenges that we've got. So looking at the last slide, this is basically an overview of where we are, and I'll talk through each of the individual boxes and try and describe what we're looking at. One of the things that we are looking for, one of the things that we need in order to streamline the operation is standardization of the products that are on offer. So looking at the headline bit rates that are available, the committed bit rates for the service, basically how that interconnects into the network, the SLAs that are associated with that service, the restoration, service provisioning times, the service provisioning journey. We need a standard offering. What we don't want is a BT offering. What we don't want is a prescriptive set of services in terms of we can only offer the BT services. We want a streamlined set of products that we can offer, and then we can customize the service that we deliver over the top, and it makes it simple to integrate. The more products we have, the more complex it becomes to integrate. The other challenge that we've got in terms of standardization, if we are managing multiple products across geographically separate areas, it's just not practical within our organization to do that. The marketing that we do, the sales messaging, the front end organizational piece that we've got in place, the basically the customer portals that we have, the customer journeys, everything else is designed such that we try and offer standardized product. That doesn't mean to say we want standardized product from the wholesale partner who's delivering the service. Moving on to the next point. The next point's a really interesting one, and people probably don't realize it, that marketing for us is a major issue if we have to go down to hyperlocal marketing. If we're marketing at postcode levels and we're actually delivering that marketing specifically to those customers, it becomes a real challenge for us. And it also becomes a real challenge for us when we're getting people to register through our portals for service. However, what we also recognize is that as we engage with an altnet, we want to maximize the potential of that altnet. And therefore, we do want to deliver that service as quickly as possible. And hence, we have a conundrum there that we need to do hyperlocal marketing to say that we're on board, but we need to standardize as much of that marketing as we can. Otherwise, it complicates the process later on. Commercial agreements. We can't manage, and this is a real challenge for us, we can't manage to have multiple different commercial agreements. Now that's not to say around the basic terms and conditions for price. They can vary, and they do vary, but it's in terms of the standardized set of commercial terms and conditions, including things like SLAs, KCIs, and standard pieces that go with it. So ideally, what we need to come up with is a predefined, mutually agreed set of standards, commercial terms that we can go out to the majority of the altnets with, and we can get to sign up easily in terms of delivering that service. Processes. Processes are a really interesting one, and the presentation from NetAdmin I thought was quite good, and also Michael's presentation was quite good in terms of this. For us, when we look at processes, we basically, as part of the journey, we've built in a lot of communications. So it's not just the process of installation, it's how we communicate with our customers, at what point and what can we tell our customers around the journey. How do we actually install it? So when we're going out to a customer premise, is it one installation? Ideally, what we're looking for is an altnet who can deliver a basic installation as part of that. So install the router, do some basic tests, confirm the voice-based service. It gives the best we can in terms of our customer contact, our customer deliverables. But it's also in terms of the key touch points as we go through that process. So we need to know at what point we are within the journey, and ideally be kept informed as to how we move through the journey, where we are in the process, especially if there's things like way leaves and other things in place. We just need to understand where we are so we can report to our customer, and we can report that in our portal back to our customer. Those are key for us. That information flow, the way the information is communicated and the information that flows, is something that we need to try and standardize as much as possible in order to make that as streamlined as we can. There's also things around this when we look at things like vulnerable customers for voice-based services. How do we go about implementing battery backup? How can we pass that vulnerable customer information between ourselves and yourself in terms of delivering that service? So we need to simplify those processes in order to deliver it. We believe there is a method we can do that. We don't believe it's difficult to do, but it's not something that if you've built a set of processes and we've built a set, retrospectively, it can cause issues to modify them. APIs. This is a real interesting one. Obviously, the simple answer to this one would be, we have an API with BT. We have an API with CFH. Let's just replicate those. Let's just deliver the service that we've got there. I've explained around the BT one. It's bloated. It's basically, it's functionally rich in terms of the way it's been built, but it's got more functions in there than we actually need, and we need a simplified version. Hence, the BT one is not the correct version. CFH have implemented a interface that works. It's a simplified version, but it's based upon a very old standard. So what we're actually now in the process of doing at this moment in time is actually completely rebuilding our API stack and also rebuilding our systems that sit alongside it, and looking to implement an open standards TMF forum-based interface to which we can then get altnets to integrate to. Part of it, and I think I mentioned previously, we've built this as a stack that optimizes the flow for BT. What we're actually now looking at is we're having to break that stack apart. So the APIs are part of that journey, but we've also got to break the product set and the product tie up with the actual underlying service delivery. So there is a complete engineering cycle for our OSS, BSS, and API stack that we're going through at the moment. We also need to look at this as being a standard information model. So when we get an information flow between ourselves, what we've got is a model that is standardized. It's the information flow within it is in a format that we can understand. It's got the right information flow within it, and it's predefined. And if we get that right and we simplify that standard as much as possible, it should make it easy to test, integrate, and upgrade going forward. Ideally, we would love to get to the point where we have a sandbox that we can present out there and people can come and test to. We recognize it's not quite that simple because of the processes and procedures in there, but we want to simplify it as quickly as possible. We need to get away from the areas where traditional integration was taking 12 to 18 months to integration that's taking 2 to 4 weeks. That is the goal. And that obviously reduces the cost and the timescale for integration and bringing on board a new partner. The NNI or service model, as I said, we've defined this with BT. This has been well defined. We understand it. We have built our systems around delivering the service. We've built our internal core network around delivering it. There are certain features and functions that we need within that are predefined by BT. They're not complex. They're not difficult. We just need to deliver them in a certain way. But interestingly enough, if we don't get integration or we can't interconnect at the BT handover points, that creates an additional challenge with us. So ideally, we are looking for aggregated interconnects for both residential and business type customers at a network handover point that is associated with an OpenReach handover point in the network. That is our ideal. We can interconnect to the points in the network. It just creates complexity. Next one is around the operating model. So we've obviously built it. We've delivered the service. Now, how do we maintain it? How do we manage it? How do we deliver this to our customers? Looking at that, again, it comes down to we have a standard information model on how the information flows. What information flows between the parties, how you identify our customers, how we identify our customers, how we identify services. But associated with that, we need to do standardized SLAs. We are generically publishing an SLA to our customers in terms of our requirements to basically restore service, fix service, to deliver service, to make changes and modifications. We need to have a standardized set of SLAs that we can agree. They don't necessarily have to be exactly identical the same, but we need them to be as near possible the same across the various parties. And along with that, we need standardized processes for things like lead to cash, time to repair, etc. We need to understand how that journey takes place. A good example of that, and coming back to the actual process piece, is if we are provisioning a service to a customer, we like to tell a customer how we're going to provision that service, what the next step in the journey is, what the next hop would be. To do that, we need to understand, is there going to be 2 visits to the customer? Are they going to get a pre-visit to look at installing fibre? Is it going to be an install of an ONT and a fibre and then an internal install of the equipment? It's simple things like that that you sort of don't think about till you actually start understanding how you communicate with the customer. Scale. Scale is an interesting one. The bigger the altnet is, the easier or the better it would be for us to integrate with. But we can achieve scale in 2 ways. One is that the individual altnet is building to a scale which makes it advantageous for us to commercially integrate directly with. The second one is if we can integrate via a third party who can actually then provide a mediation layer between the smaller altnets and ourselves, but giving us the functionality that we need in order to allow us to integrate to those altnets and deliver service. We obviously recognise that from a commercial contractual point of view, potentially there will be a commercial relationship directly with the end altnet. But in terms of the actual integration, the bringing on the scale, the size, and the complexity, that can all be hidden behind an integration layer, a third-party integration layer. And I suppose in a way that's part of the reason for the question I asked in the very initial session around, was there going to be any obligations on the altnets to deliver wholesale as a service? Because this is something that we see that will allow us to then integrate quickly, simply, and move forward with altnets very quickly in terms of delivering service. And the last one is an interesting one. Obviously, our network and our copper infrastructure is all built around BT Openreach exchanges. Ideally, as part of our exercise and our integration policy, we would like to exit the local exchanges that BT are looking to exit going forward, and those exchanges that will not be handover points going forward. To do that, we need contiguous coverage for an Openreach exchange or the majority of those customers within it. So it does cause us a challenge if we have to retain it open. We're not maximising the benefit that we can get. So ideally, we are looking for that coverage. That might be one or multiple altnets to deliver that coverage, but that's what we're looking for. And the last point on here is around demographics. Obviously, from our point of view, we have a specific demographic that is our normal customer base. And ideally, where an altnet is covering more of the demographics, they're more likely to be higher up our stack for integration within ourselves. But fundamentally, this is about, from our point of view, is about standardization wherever possible, mutually agreed standards wherever we can, trying to make this as simple on both parties to integrate and move forward in such a way that if we decide to change a product as the service provider, it doesn't mean necessarily that we've got to change the entire interface and change the service that is delivered from the altnet. And likewise, if you decide to change the underlying altnet product, it doesn't mean to say we have necessarily to change all of our systems, processes, and procedures on the other side. So it's about that simplification, that standardization, and trying to bring forward something that allows us to do this quickly, seamlessly, and simple. And that was a very fast canter through.
That really interesting presentation, David, and very detailed. So thank you for the time there. We'll now bring the panelists on. I think they can probably all join at once, but we're going to ask each of the panelists in turn to give a brief intro to their company, who they are, who they work for, what their sort of scale ambitions are, what their wholesale ambitions are. Lloyd, we're going to ask you to go last, just so you can then tee up the discussion about the common wholesale platform, if that's okay. It seems to fit better. So first up, I think, is Justin. Welcome to the wonderful world of commercial telecoms. Welcome back to the wonderful world of commercial telecoms, Justin.
Thank you very much, Rob. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, so many of you probably know me from my previous role at DCMS, where I've been for the last 3.5 years. But actually, I've had about 30 years in the industry in a variety of telcos and suppliers. So I've been around the block a bit. But the last 3 weeks, so I've just joined Spectrum Internet. So you may have seen something about us in the news. In October, we announced a £200 million investment from INCA Capital, that makes us part of a family of businesses that InfraCap have invested in, including SSE Telecom, who are now Neos, GigaClear, Fibrous, and of course White Fibre. So while we do have a bit of infrastructure in Bristol, our main focus is on Wales, and we are looking to build a really significant presence in Wales and a very strong Welsh brand. You can probably see the Welsh rugby shirt in the background. I'm originally from Wales, so this is me returning home as well as returning to industry. We did announce with that investment that we're building out to initially 150,000 premises with full fibre in South Wales. We'll start that build literally on the 1st of June in 3 areas, Pembrokeshire, Vale of Glamorgan and Monmouthshire. But of course our FTTP ambition and that of our investors goes well beyond that initial 150,000 prem. So kind of watch this spot. We've started building our DWDM spine across South Wales and up into Mid Wales. So that will serve our 3 build areas, future build areas, but also we are unbundling just over 20 Openreach exchanges in the process. So we will sell wholesale FTTP in advance of being able to deliver our own on-net product. I'd say from a wholesale perspective, our focus at this time, as you can imagine, at the point of our growth is on building that network, establishing our own presence and growing our own retail footprint. We do, however, recognise that in the longer term, take up on our own network will ultimately plateau, and that potentially leaves capital that we've invested in the ground that's underutilised. So a wholesale offering ultimately would enable us to sweat every single pound that we've put in the ground. And furthermore, much of Wales being rural, we do envisage there will be opportunities in the future for us to bid into those BDUK contracts as part of Project Gigabit. And of course, that comes with a wholesale obligation for the successful bidders. So we know it's coming. So although wholesale isn't our immediate focus, we know it's almost an inevitability for us. So as we select and start to build our own OSS and BSS layers, we are building it with an eye on the future and thinking about wholesale, which it's really why we do welcome the work and support of INCA and the INCA members to arrive at a common set of standards and kind of reducing the barriers to that interoperability. We have a unique opportunity starting with a blank sheet of paper that we can design. We can design all of our platforms with wholesale in mind from day one, even if that's not our immediate focus. So thanks a lot. I'll hand over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Justin. Next up is Tim from Community Fibre. Tim, over to you.
Hi, yes, Tim Stranack, one of the founders at Community Fibre. Many of you may also know me. I chair the INCA Policy and Regulatory Special Interest Group. We are London's largest fibre-only network. We've just passed 200,000 homes, or over 200,000 homes now in London. And we're targeting, and our build plans are moving us towards 1 million homes by 2023. And I think we've always built the network on the principle and in an architecture that will allow wholesale in the future, and we're very keen to open up the network to wholesale opportunities. I think what David was speaking about was really interesting. 3 things was scale, obviously, is important to those big CPs, including TalkTalk, and I'm hopeful we're now moving into a position where we've got some of that scale in London. You spoke quite a lot about standard processes and APIs. I know Lloyd will speak a bit more about that in going forward, but that is critical. I think our perspective on that has always been we could build the best platform in the world unless some of the big CPs are interested in using that, then we may be building a chocolate teapot. So it is fantastic, David, to have you here today expressing that interest, because I think that's a real game changer going forward. But also we're going to have to build one of these platforms anyway. If not for wholesale, we've got one-touch switching as an industry as a problem to address. And so we're going to need some sort of platform, some sort of industry-wide messaging platform anyway. So hopefully this can form part of that as well. And then the last point I picked up on there that David spoke about, and I just did check in the dictionary that is the right word, contiguity, I think is what it is, which is building properties in one postcode or multiple postcode areas all together at the same time. The problem in that space always in urban areas has been obtaining the wayleaves from landlords to enable that contiguity, I'll get it right at one point, of properties. I think we've done reasonably well in London. We've got about or over half of London MDUs now signed up with under wayleaf. but that does leave the other half that is probably the smaller landlords, of which I think there's about 9,000 of them, that we're still working at trying to get way leaves from them. So the government's efforts in trying to sort out that whole way leave problem are going to be critical. I'm pleased to hear, or sort of pleased to hear, that I always imagined this was just a UK problem, but I was speaking to some of our vendor colleagues earlier, and apparently they have exactly the same problem in Sweden as well. So, and in Stockholm. So this isn't a UK unique problem, but we do really need to get those landlords on board to resolve in urban centres at least that contiguity problem in terms of the properties. So I think that's where our focus will be, is getting those way leaves on board, making sure we can provide the scale that TalkTalk needs, and trying to sort out those standard processes and APIs that David spoke about.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, moving on. Michael, welcome back. Can you give us your views and just introduce yourself? We've heard a little bit about you already, but yeah, to remind us.
Sure. Thanks very much. So thanks, Rob, for inviting me to this little forum. Yeah. So I mean, you've just heard a little bit from me on the previous session. So I won't try any corny jokes this time. But I mean, we are classically in the space of growing from, you know, the bottom up, the community by community organic growth model to one that takes a more grown up and sustainable view of life. I mean, I think we've all seen the demise or the coming and the going of small ISPs, the challenges they face going from small scale to large scale, and you know, there's nothing like going through the investor fundraising process to discipline the management strategy and process that supports scale's ambitions. We learned when we moved decisively into fibre a couple of years ago. We learned very quickly, if we hadn't already worked it out, that you have to take a holistic view of the market. You can't sustain the model of community by community and hope to get anything like a coherent coverage. And you know, one of my strongest points to be made to the whole very hard to reach call for evidence that DCMS is running at the moment is the importance of contiguous coverage. We're looking at so many situations across rural Wales, mid and South Wales, where individual premises don't have a chance of being served on a standalone sort of universal service obligation type basis, but they have every prospect of being served as they're part of a contiguous network plan. And that sort of holistic, joined up, what I'd call grown up approach is sort of critical. And you know, the concern I have with the form of interventions we've seen from government to date, you know, vouchers are fantastic, but they do encourage that sort of micro targeting and sort of island of activity type approach. So we learned pretty quickly in our work, both in the wireless and the fibre field, that you build your credibility with local communities. You hope that credibility is communicated to the local authority, which is, after all, at the sharp end of government intervention. And you build relationships with those local authorities that facilitate a more grown up and a more sustainable engagement model. And to that extent, you know, we found the broadband upgrade fund process, the pilot that was run in West Wales, Carmarthenshire, Ceredigion and Pembrokeshire. We found it challenging in the extreme, but it certainly identified the opportunity for constructive engagement both at the community level and at the local authority level. So we put that sort of good thinking to the test in Monmouthshire, which was our sort of landing point in Wales. And we have I'm happy to say we have a very good, very productive relationship with Monmouthshire Council, even to the extent that we have our own very unique public-private partnership venture with them. So they've invested in a gigabit overlay network that we're building on a sort of properly structured SPV, arm's length, fully commercially engaged, wholesale model driven basis. And we are genuine partners in this, although it's an arm's length investment by Monmouthshire Council. it's clear that there is a purpose aiming at 100% availability of affordable backhaul, and the economics are stellar. Justin's mentioned it, the opportunity for delivering fibre spines across South Wales is enormous, but the opportunity for delivering effectively a wholesale overlay network within counties is also stunning, given the fact that there's so little competition in the fibre space. So we're committed to the wholesale model. We've been developing our wholesale offering in Monmouthshire since we started building the network. We are hugely open to discussions with anybody that will prepare to talk to us, and obviously starting with TalkTalk, we would love to engage directly or as part of that service aggregation platform venture that was mentioned, because we've been working along these lines for the last 12 to 15 months, and really looking forward to embracing the wholesale opportunity, not as an afterthought, but really in parallel with our retail offering.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you, Michael. Over to Jeremy now. Bit of background, who you are, where you're from, scale ambitions and wholesale.
Hi there, good afternoon everybody. I'm the CIO at the Ford Utility. We're a relatively new member of INCA, and relatively new on the scene as well in terms of the FTTP operators. However, we received a significant investment last summer and we're quite that. We're growing quite quickly. We've used the COVID lockdown periods to really focus on improving our ways of working. We've looked at how we can expedite and improve our efficiencies across many different touch points in the business. And so some of the themes and some of the tools and some of the vendors that we've seen presentations from during the day are actively services that we use on a daily basis now, and it creates a huge number of efficiencies which allow us to go faster, to be more efficient with cash. And I'm sure you will all agree that spending cash and how we focus on budgeting is fundamental. And where we are today is we're nearly passing 35,000 properties, which is a significant step change from where we were this time last year. Helped in one respect by the acquisition of a business in London, which gave us just under 15,000 properties. But our plans now are to focus on delivery, design, plan and delivery over the next 12, 24, 36 months. And we expect to be adding around about 150,000 properties this financial year, so by the end of March next year, and to see a similar kind of effective net add in terms of properties passed year on year. What would help us massively is the ability to interoperate within that service aggregation platform from a wholesale perspective at both buy and sell levels. I mean, where we are now, we're building network. We're using PIA to build network in the cities where we are currently. I mean, we're in 17 cities currently. We're targeting 50 cities in terms of geographic presence in the next 18 months. And we're building a lot of PIA infrastructure with partners. We're not a co-operator ourselves yet, but that's another thing on the agenda. But the ability to aggregate services in a common platform where we speak and we interconnect once and connect and talk to many would help us go a lot faster, a lot quicker, and make the money go a lot further as well. So we're really super keen to engage, and we have engaged with a number of operators over the past 6-7 months to try and establish what we need to do to get that geographic presence, access to fibre, to passive infrastructure. And I think there's an opportunity now on the back of the number of different working groups within INCA to reignite that conversation and review what options are available. If there's an appetite to do that in industry, then all we need to do is focus on what to David's point, how do we get there? How do we get there quickly? The standardization of products, of service, of SLA, of interface, all these things are not difficult to do. We just need the focus to do it as quickly as possible. I think that we've made a huge amount of progress inside of my business, and I see there's a lot of people around the table who've also taken the opportunity over the past 12 months to really focus on what they can do inside their business to make them more efficient, to make them more able to come out of COVID and really start to deliver. So people are focused on supply chain, they're focused on tools, they're focused on staffing and training. And I think we're at the critical point now where we all want to come out of COVID and start delivering services faster. And I think this is a great opportunity for us all to do so.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremy. And finally, over to you, Lloyd, for your brief. I think you may have some slides if you'd like to present them.
It's really fascinating to hear the talk that's gone on. My name's Lloyd Felton. I started County Broadband in 2003, and in Mike Armitage's words from earlier, we pivoted in 2018 into becoming building fibre networks. We're very focused on building a network around where we can create demand. So we've been very much a vertical company, but we have our eyes very clearly set on a wholesale provision, as do many other operators. And we've heard the talk today about how that's intended to, how many companies see that as part of their vision. And as part of that, I also lead the wholesale and switching group as a special interest group on INCA. And that led us to looking more and more closely at what are we going to do about wholesale and switching, and what threat and opportunity does it present to the market. And it clearly presents opportunities both to the independent network operator and to the large ISP and CPs. And it also presents threats. So I'm going to do a genuine whistle-stop tour. So the challenge we're trying to address is twofold. One is in GPL switching, the provider-led switching, where clearly we've only got until December 2022 to have something in place as an industry. And then secondly, it's the wholesale piece, which for the larger ISP and the CP presents a problem because we're told constantly they cannot justify the cost of onboarding and managing the services and integration with working through smaller operators who all have their own idiosyncrasies and their own smaller territories. There's also a position from the smaller operator who simply can't manage the scaling required to deliver what's needed to the major ISPs and CPs and the costs that go with that. So with that comes clearly some sort of opportunity, but unless that's addressed, what we're automatically doing is pushing everything into an open reach environment. So it is essential that we do something as an industry to address this. If we look at the way the market is currently split, it's very obvious that we've got something in the order of 80% of the market split between the first four of the larger ISPs. And that creates a significant barrier for all of the multiple companies that are building their own territories and their own networks in smaller areas. And that's what we have to address. What we need to do is offer all of those networks as one network. We've got a founding group of companies, which was INCA, Airband, ITS, White Fibre, and County Broadband, who are currently working collectively to build what is being termed as the common wholesale platform. There's a significant amount of resource going into this. There's at least 20 people working in the working groups. There's another half a dozen in the steering groups, and we've also got appointed consultants externally managing the project to make sure it moves at pace. The reason these four companies and INCA are involved is because we actually went out and recruited these at the beginning in December. We actually asked for companies to contribute money and funds towards getting this started, and these were the four companies that stepped forward and actually started putting funds into this. I thought it was interesting to see the topic, the point topic review, not least because one of the biggest threats was the overbuild by Openreach by on other operators. And what I thought was ironic was attracting service providers to their networks was generally thought as a lower priority and about equal to accessing an aggregation platform. And I don't understand how the industry expects not to be overbuilt by Openreach if it can't offer the other products that the public are buying. 78% of the public are buying products from these four ISPs. And if you can't offer those on your network, how do you expect not to be overbuilt? Back in Q3, we did a survey, and there was a general misunderstanding about the GPL and how much work was going to be needed. And generally, most companies hadn't done any preparation for gaining provider-led switching. And when we put forward the idea to that small group of people about, well, would you be interested in getting involved in a wholesale platform? The response was magnificent, not the same as the point topic response, incidentally. So bringing this to an end, what we're now doing and what we have in development is a wholesale capability that's going to be UK wide. We've put in place, and I think this is really critical, we are establishing a member governance structure. And you remember Paul Norris said, there's a great opportunity, it's going to be a huge commercial, somebody's going to make a lot of money. We don't think that's really the case. What we think would be much better is if actually it would be a much better trust environment if we have a member governance environment that we're all part of. And that way, you know, there's a lot more trust can be built in that with that type of governance in place. We do recognise there does need to be a lot of commonality in services, and I think TalkTalk's presentation from David was exactly, you know, what we are seeing as well. But we are looking to not only offer what we might call a standard set, but also enable companies to offer additional products that they might want to put individually into the market, and finding a route to do that. The last piece of that is we think that what we're doing here will also facilitate the gigabit program. And if companies have an ambition to be part of the gigabit program and therefore they become part of CWP, that ticks that box immediately to say, yeah, we've got wholesale provision in place. This is the way we're going to do it. And we want to be talking more with BDUK about establishing that. So that sums up where we are. We're hoping the platform's going to be ready for Q1 2022. That's our plan. We started with a small group, and the idea of that was to make sure we could get, you know, a project launched and ready without having to stop every 2 minutes to consider the next thing from 45 different contributors. But we're now getting ready to open up the group to the next wave of companies who we want to participate in this. And if you are interested in that, then please do get in touch. We welcome the opportunity to talk to you and to get you involved in the platform. So thanks very much.
Lloyd, thank you very much. That was great. That was very interesting. We've only got a few minutes left before we have to end the webinar, and we've got a few questions. So,
we've just extended to 5:15, so
yeah,
we've got a little
just over 20 minutes left.
Yeah.
So Lloyd, if you could stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out somebody else to do.
That's worked.
Oh, there we are. Thank you.
Right, got some questions. There's one here for you, David. Let's face it, a lot of these are going to be for you, David. So keep your mic on. How does TalkTalk think about competing with altnets that have wholesale interconnects so that altnets are protected from the downside of losing customers but gain the upside of interconnection? Now, there is a point, so before you launch into that, there's a point in your presentation where you were talking about wanting contiguous coverage, wanting operators that could cover contiguous exchange area. Well, let's face it, in full fiber, we know that OpenReach doesn't. So,
exactly.
There are issues there. What happens if someone does come in and say, yeah, we're going to do the whole of this area, and then OpenReach said, yeah, except we're going to do this bit, and we're OpenReach, so we expect you to use our network wherever we're present. How's it all going to go?
Yeah, and I suppose in a way that's from our point, that's part of the contractual agreements that we have in place. So part of the things that we've been willing to do with other altnets that we've discussed is look at commitments on take-up levels. So in other words, it's protecting the investment in the ground. And one of the other things that we mentioned is we want to drive competition. We recognise BT are going to overbuild, but we recognise that the altnets potentially can offer competition, not just in the actual price point and the prices that are offered, but also in the services. I think Lloyd mentioned it. We want to take advantage of the new services that BT are offering. We want to take on board the flexibility that we can get from going to an altnet, and we get prescriptive service sets from BT. So taking on board BT isn't necessarily the right thing. The other thing as well is obviously we have, I think as your graphic showed, Lloyd, I think you showed about 9% of the market. We reckon we've got somewhere with our partners, somewhere between 11 and 15% in terms of the take up. Because the other thing that people might not recognize is that nearly half of our broadband network is actually through partners. So we don't just see, it's not just ourselves. We are selling through two partners who then generate their network on board. So it's not just a TalkTalk brand that this would fetch on board. So we do recognize the need to actually try and protect that investment. We are willing to work with the people to deliver that. And I think there is a massive advantage to opening up to wholesale that you will then get much more take up overall on the network that's in place.
Okay. Rob, you haven't jumped in, so I'm going to do another one.
Who didn't get a chance?
Who defines the standardized products? Should it be TalkTalk or industry or maybe government? That again ties into something else you were saying. You were talking about you're not now sort of being defined by Openreach. This is very much about sort of you reaching out to the altnets. My question around that and to do with that question is: are you also talking to other CPs? So when the altnets have a wholesale offering that TalkTalk can use, are they going down a blind alley of just TalkTalk, or is it a genuine wholesale opportunity?
I think this comes back to the fact that currently we're not talking to other CPs at this moment in time, although we do have, as I say, multiple partners that deliver the service. Part of the reason why we are looking at standardizing is that there is nobody else out there driving the standardization of products. We recognize that if we go to government to standardize it, that might restrict too much. We also, when we talk about standardization, it's not necessarily standardization for everybody. There will be multiple different products, potentially from different altnet providers. What we need is the ability to make sure we can deliver our product set across them. So this is about making sure that the product set that we've got, which we deliver as a standard, can be delivered on whatever the altnet can deliver us. But we also want to be able to bring on board those new products and new services. So we want to be able to bring on board things like XGS-PON with the advantages that we've got from it. That's not to say that we should be defining them. I think the issue is that if you look at where we are at the moment, there is nobody else doing that work.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. We're not aware of it, that either. Got a question here from George Dix, who asks, David, how do we as a supplier tender for business opportunities? I'm guessing that's in some way related to broadband coverage. How do they get you interested in their network?
Yeah, so I suppose in a way we're talking to multiple. We are talking to anybody. We have set up a team of people purely to look at altnet engagement and fibre delivery, and I'm quite happy to share the details of the people leading that so that they can contact them directly.
Okay, thank you. There's a question here from, probably open to all actually, but from Andrew Carney. So you talked about an aggregator platform to mediate with the altnets. How far are we away from that? Not sure if that's one for David or perhaps Lloyd, perhaps both of you actually.
Well, I'll probably just pass a comment. I think that we don't believe that is TalkTalk's place to do it, because we don't believe that is the best place for it to be delivered from TalkTalk as a service provider. We recognise that if you want to get maximum benefit and people are going to sign up to this, it needs to be open and therefore not necessarily driven by ourselves. But we would like to drive that integration and drive the work with them to standardise what's going on in order to make sure that we can utilise that platform when it's in place.
I think from our side, I mean, it's the perfect response really from David. It's also what I said in the presentation. There needs to be a trusted environment, and if you know, if you're building the platform inside one of the suppliers, that by definition it's closing the door to other areas or other markets, etc. And what we want to create is an independent platform to offer that to the market. And the best way of doing that, I think, is through an integration platform, which is exactly what we're trying to deliver and do. Completely, I commend David and also TalkTalk for the approach they've taken. How do you define the product set? Well, to many respects, that's why we kept the group small in the first instance, because I don't think anybody is going to agree on a product set. Nobody is going to say that's the perfect product set for all of us. And so the challenge is going to be, can you provide a product set that is good enough for the market to adopt? And can you offer people who come into the platform the opportunity to be part of that product set, as well as offer their own unique product sets that companies may choose to engage with or not? But ultimately, if you think of it from TalkTalk's perspective, they cannot do a national TV advertising campaign that includes the products that are available in the village in Wales. They just can't do that. So it's got to be, we can see that from everybody's perspective. And we have to, as an industry, we just have to face up to that. And that's as tough for County Broadband to come to terms with as it is for every other company that's got to be involved in this.
I think that's an important point, because the product set has to be driven by the one thing that I keep saying to all sorts of people and drives everything we do: 35% compound annual growth of the bandwidth requirement of users. Every year, the expectation grows. And that exponential growth is probably the most significant factor in our industry over time. So the product sets have got to evolve for that. Anything that we do in terms of a wholesale aggregation platform has to be flexible to meet that changing need. It makes sense, doesn't it? So I think I go along with Lloyd, almost kind of, thank you, perfect answer. I think we need to get both TalkTalk engaged with the wholesale platform, special interest group, and get as many other CPs engaged in that group and start making some progress. Any comments from the other operators on this? Views. Justin, go on.
Yeah, I mean, I think one kind of additional thought that's at the back of my mind as well is if we were to kind of fast forward a few years, I guess there's a strong possibility that we'll see some consolidation in the marketplace. So, harmonization of our processes, a harmonization of our systems, and a common way of running the order to cash process, a common way of running the fault to restoration process would ultimately also facilitate easier integration of businesses in the future.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm also thinking that I don't think how long until the entire market consolidates? There are going to be there's always going to be smaller, unique, bespoke style organizations as well as the larger ones. And I think that particularly with the switching that's coming in as well, that's still got to be addressed. And the type of consolidation, if we end up back in a market where we've actually only got, half a dozen companies, then we've sort of almost shot ourselves in the foot in many respects, I think. Having the ability to have the companies that we've now got, the proliferation of companies, and the increase in competition, and the increase in interest, and the increase in effort, that's got many years to play yet.
I think that's very true. There are also some significant challenges left to us. One of them we can call Scotland, for instance. When the analysis was done, I don't know, probably about 5 years ago now, they identified that there was a need for a different approach to state aid in Scotland, because some parts of those very remote areas can only be sustainable with a fully integrated, vertically integrated service delivery, because you've got to have all aspects of the kind of the profit margin, or you just can't run a network there. Now, I don't know how much that is, less than 1%, I would guess, of the market in the UK, but it still needs to be catered for somewhere. There is an interesting question.
Just Aidan's comments, James, 350 operators in the US.
Yeah.
A question for you, Lloyd, or at least for you to sort of comment on, who is paying for the wholesale platform development, which will never end, and how is the platform monetized?
Okay, so initially the funding, and this is how we ended up with the 4 companies involved that are involved, because we said, well, we need to put some money on the table to get started, and these are the 4 companies that said, okay, I'll put some money in. Nobody else did, and everybody was asked to in the December pitch that we went out for. So we are paying for it at this point in time, but what we expect it to become is a member-driven organisation that is financed through its subscriptions and also through the transactional rate through the platform.
And it's worth mentioning 2 things, I think. One, there's an INCA event coming up that is focusing entirely on this subject, the consumer value one, which I think is coming up in May. Secondly, there are platforms out there that can do this that are hoping to work with Lloyd and his team. I represent one of them, and there are others that can look at this. They're already developed and operate effectively in other countries.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're not looking to write code from scratch here.
No,
absolutely not.
That's it. So it's taking something that already exists and perhaps making it better or changing it, tweaking it for the UK market. I think that's important. Okay, we're running a little bit short on time-ish. Any comments from Tim, Michael, Jeremy, others at all? Have we covered most of the questions, James?
I think we have. I can't see any questions that really stand out as being missed.
I'd just like to really thank David for joining us today, because I think it's been really helpful to hear from one of the big CPs, and I'm really encouraged by the fact that with your mindset and slides and the information you've given us. So just a word of thanks to David. Really.
Thank you. Definitely. Thank you, David. And thank you to all the speakers and the operators here on this panel, and all the speakers from all of the events. All of the sessions today. I think we've had quite a wide range of different types of speakers. Personally, I found it really interesting and a great platform to network on. Before we close, we've got a couple of INCA events coming up. So I mentioned the consumer value and wholesale event coming up on the 12th of May. We've got an access to infrastructure focused event on the 26th of May, and an event on the 9th of June, which is focused around the role of the public sector. So all kind of interesting points that have been raised throughout today. If you're interested in any of those, then please go to the INCA website. Before anybody drops off, just a huge thank you to all of the sponsors. So Hellman Titan, Comscope, DigPro, Acom, Genexus, NetAdmin, and Packetfront. A really big thank you to all of those. We really can't do these events without the sponsors, so thank you all. More than happy for people to carry on nattering, actually, if they want to. But otherwise, we can maybe leave the floor open for a final networking and everybody disappear, perhaps.
Indeed, I think that's right. We've got about 7 minutes left to do the final rush networking. If David Hobbs still there, I'll have a word.
Yep. Thanks to everybody, and see you all soon, hopefully in person. Thanks,
Indeed.
guys.